And hello everyone, and welcome to this unannounced Uncivil Law stream for recording. I'm your host, Uncivil Law. I will be recording some stories for later release. Trying to pick up my mood a little bit. Fix my collar. There we go. Great. Let's go ahead and get started. Kathleen, amazing. Thank you, Kathleen. I try. I don't need Witcher right now. I've been playing video games in the background, but let's see what we got that's going on here. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, let's see what we got. All right. For today's story, we are talking about Joe Biden's student debt relief plan that was announced relatively recently. As I'm sure you all know, those of you who have student loans, myself included, I'm sure had some notice or some interest when the Biden administration said they're going to relieve $10,000 worth of student loan debt or $20,000 worth of Pell Grant loans. That sounds nice and all. But one of the questions is, by what authority, by what right is Joe Biden doing this? Because his authority is a little bit nebulous. And so, well, is this legal? Well, one of the challenges, of course, in challenging any law is finding someone who has standing, someone who's been harmed by it. So is it legal? Questionable. Has anyone been harmed by it in a way that would allow them to sue? Well, some people have already tried, and to certain degrees of success. So this article is covering some of the legal challenges that have been filed so far dealing with the Biden debt relief plan. So let's go ahead and get started with this article. The antipathy many conservatives feel towards President Biden's student debt relief plan, which the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimated to cost $400 billion, is as vivid as many borrowers' enthusiasm for him. The president is not king, he's not emperor. If he does something unconstitutional, I'm going to hold him accountable. I mean, would be nice, but just because it would be nice doesn't necessarily make it legal. And just because something's bad doesn't necessarily make it illegal. Law does not turn on morality, as we've discussed many times. I can assure you, me and my Republican colleagues and I will fight to the bitter end against this illegal, abusive use of the executive pen, said Representative Virginia Foxx in a recent speech. Both parties tend to over-abuse executive power because it's just too tempting when you have it. No one when they're handed the power wants to be like, I don't want all this power. So yeah, getting someone to actually give up the power or constrain the administrative state has been a bit of a problem. And both Republicans and Democrats have used executive orders in excess of what they were designed to do, sometimes illegally. In a memo defending Biden's plan, the U.S. Justice Department cited the HEROES Act. So what is our authority to do this thing? Why is it legal? What congressional authorization? Well, the HEROES Act, which George Bush signed after the attacks of September 11, 2001. I believe it went into law 2003, specifically. So there was a law put in place that basically, in short, allows the federal government to forgive interest or debt in response to a national emergency, such as, for example, 9/11. Where this was passed in response to. And so they're trying to use this authority, which was created for these sort of grave emergencies, And we're trying to say that we're in that kind of grave emergency now, at least in part to COVID, which I don't know about any of that. That's the authority they're trying to use. I don't think it was meant for that. What the text supports or not is a whole nother set of discussions, right? So if you're a straight textualist, you might look at this one way. But if you're looking at this in terms of the original purpose, it's a little bit hard to squeeze it into what the law was designed to do. What it does do, of course, is a different discussion. The act gave incredible power to the U.S. Secretary of State to alleviate hardship federal student loan recipients may suffer as a result of a national emergency. And of course, now we're trying to use the HEROES Act to freeze payments. The Trump administration used the same HEROES Act to freeze payment and interest on student loans. President Biden, of course, not only extended the payment freeze, but citing the same authority, canceled the debt. $10,000 in student loan debt for any borrower who earns less than $125,000 a year, and $20,000 for any person who has Pell Grants. The Biden administration argues if Republicans feel the debt release is an abuse of power, why didn't they oppose President Trump's use of the same authority? Because both parties are hypocrites when it's their guy, is basically the short of it. That has not been challenged in court. It's not been found improper in court, said the deputy director of the National Economic Council. It's the same statute the previous administration used and we're doing and are now using for this action. Yeah, this is the unfortunate aspect of, having standards and having to apply them both ways. It's not okay just because our guy did it. It doesn't work. You have to have consistency if you want to have principles. Opponents of Biden's debt relief plan have been clear. They think it's an illegal abuse of power. Congress controls government spending, they argue. Sure. Any sort of spending from the purse must be authorized by Congress. And the president simply can't erase student loan debt without going through lawmakers. Well, he's arguing that he has congressional authorization. That's the problem. The courts can only get involved when someone who's actually been harmed files a lawsuit. That's one of the key aspects. Who's been harmed by this? So whether or not Biden can do it or not, who has the basis to sue? The courts can only get involved when someone who's been harmed in a concrete way files an action. Who, therefore, can argue they've been hurt? Standing is a real hurdle, though it's a hurdle, not a wall. It's a little wallish because who is harmed? Several types of plans could potentially clear standing hurdle. First, a borrower, just not any borrower. The harm has to be automatic, and most borrowers who qualify for debt relief will have to apply for it. That's not automatic. Now, someone actually has sued about this already. Someone has already sued saying they would be harmed by the automatic debt relief. Their argument, and I can't speak to its legal veracity in the particulars, not for the least of reasons, it involves tax law and state tax law at that. So I don't know. But his argument was he would be harmed by the student debt relief because the debt relief would count as income for the purposes of some sort of state taxing authority. And so he would have all that income now, and he had to pay tax on it now. Whereas he was under some sort of repayment plan, I think from his employer or whatever. The details I'm a little fuzzy on. But if he paid off, if he did it over the next 4 years, his debt would be forgiven, but he wouldn't suffer the tax consequence. So he argued the automatic debt relief would harm him because it would incur some sort of state tax liability that he wouldn't otherwise have to pay. And that was his argument. Now, the Biden administration mooted the issue because although he sued, the Biden administration just responded immediately in court by saying, okay, well, we'll make sure that anyone can opt out. And as for you in particular, we are taking your lawsuit as an opt-out request, and we've already made sure your debt will not be relieved. So your harm is solved. You will not be receiving the automatic payments. You got exactly what you wished for. So yeah, it's like, okay, well, if anyone who has been harmed by automatic payments can opt out and everyone else has to opt in anyway, who's harmed by it, right? And yeah, not so much. MR says, I've lost weight. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I'm trying. In a lawsuit that had been filed and, as I mentioned, has already been let me try that again. Thank you, Sandra. In a lawsuit that had been filed, but as I mentioned, has already been resolved, a borrower named Frank Garrison, who is an attorney based in Indiana, argued that he would have been harmed by the plan. Garrison says he could qualify for the $20,000 of automatic loans, but Indiana is a state that would tax that relief as income. He doesn't want the tax relief he doesn't want the hit because he anticipates that through the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, he will receive the wiping out of his debt without having to pay any tax. And then, of course, they mooted the issue instantly by saying, yeah, okay, we'll make sure everyone who wants to opt out can, and you don't have to, we've already opted you out, so you're good. You can continue paying for your loan. So, problem solved. The court has written, in view of the fact that the Department of Education exempted the plaintiff from receiving debt relief, the court finds no irreparable harm. Problem solved. You got what you wanted. Yay. All right, so that deals with an individual plaintiff who would be harmed by the debt relief. You can either not apply for it, or if you would have received it automatically, you can opt out. So that takes care of any harm from any individual. How about non-individuals? While Thursday's denial appeared to close the door on that legal strategy, another has opened. 6 states have sued the Biden administration on behalf of state-based loan services and investment entities that manage old privately held federal loans. The loans are guaranteed by the federal government, but often issued and maintained by outside groups, including private banks. These loans were a mainstay until the program ended in 2010. More than 4 million borrowers still have these kinds of loans. Until Thursday, the department advised these borrowers that they could consolidate these loans into federal direct loans and qualify for relief. In Thursday's lawsuit, 6 states argued that allowing these program borrowers to do this, consolidate their own loans to qualify for consolidation, could hurt the state-based loan agencies, arguing, quote, the consolidation of the loans harms the entity by depriving of the asset, which is the loan that it currently owns. I don't think so, personally, because you're getting it paid off, right? You're just getting paid. So, I mean, yeah, the consolidation of loans harms the entities by depriving it of ongoing interest. But the problem is that they were never entitled to the interest as a matter of law, as best as I understand, because I don't believe any of these loans prohibit prepayment. You can always pay more than you're required to. So anyone could have paid off these loans at any time. You were never guaranteed the interest. So I'm not quite sure that's a harm either. But in response, the department quietly reversed guidance for those kinds of borrowers. An administrative official told NPR the move could exclude 800,000 borrowers from the relief they had promised, which I think I might have some of those loans. So that's bad news for me personally. The sudden change not only angered borrowers, but advocates. The Biden plan would provide life-changing relief to 40 million students. I think reality is no matter what they do, they'll face a politically motivated lawsuit. But better than playing whack-a-mole by eliminating relief for some borrowers, it'd be great to see them defending their plan. It's not yet clear if the department's change, limiting the number of borrowers who can qualify for debt relief, will undercut the state's claims. Yeah, I'm not really sure the states have any claim here, because, again, while they do administer the loans, and it's true, the loans are an asset, the loans, as I understand them, can be paid off at any time. So, although you might have in some sense anticipated the interest, you were never guaranteed the interest, right? You're only guaranteed the interest on unpaid debt. If they pay off the loans, you have no unpaid debt, so you have no harm, right? The fact that everyone is paying off their loans all at once is still not a legally cognizable harm, because that was something that your agreements always allowed the possibility for. So there's no harm to you because it's within the terms of your contracts, even though there's lots of them. So I'm not sure there's any harm there either, but that's what they're debating about. I look good in a cowboy hat? Thank you. Also, the Arizona Attorney General has filed a lawsuit and taken a slightly different tactic. He argues the debt relief will deprive Arizona of important future tax revenue. I'm not quite sure how. He also suggests relief will hurt the economy by exacerbating inflation. Seems too tangential, not specific enough. Increase the state's borrowing costs. How? And increase the law enforcement costs of cracking down on debt relief scammers. How? How would it do one of those things? But the first harm may be the most interesting. He essentially argues the broad debt relief will nullify the impact of public service loan forgiveness program. Simply discharging the debts he writes harms the Office of the Attorney General's ability to recruit legal talent. Oh, okay. So you were bribing them to get the attorneys to work for you. And now that you can't offer them this bribe, although you could just offer them the money, incidentally, right? You could just pay them. That would be fine. But now that you can't offer them student loan forgiveness debt, they might not want to work for your office. That's not saying a lot for your office, personally, and also you could just pay them still. I mean, you could offer them a bonus contingent on a number of years and basically do it the same way. So I'm not sure that's a harm either, but okay. If a lawsuit is allowed to proceed, of course, the opponents say they would seek an injunction, which, if granted, would allow the courts to freeze all this in place. What's not clear is whether injunction could come before some borrowers see their debt erased, which, the moment the forms become available, if I'm available, I will definitely be filing them. We don't want to create a situation, where a bunch of people are in limbo, and I think it's incumbent to file a lawsuit as quickly as possible. Conservative legal groups, of course, are taking notes on all this to make the next lawsuit even stronger. As you should, right? You learn from your mistakes. And so if one legal theory doesn't work, you can try a different legal theory. If there's a legal theory out there, so since the department added the opt-out, that pretty much closes it for every individual. And so there's no individualized standing. The banks don't seem to have standing because they were never entitled to the interest. The fact that, you can't offer this student loan payoff benefit anymore, it's like, no, you can just offer them the same amount of money as a bonus or pay them in cash or something. So if you need to pay people more to attract talent, that is not an option that's foreclosed. So finding standing from anyone is really, really tricky here. Excellent. So that has been a look inside the legal battle to try to stop the Biden student loan relief program. There have been some lawsuits filed. Some lawsuits have already been resolved. The Biden administration has already made changes to its plan to try to deal with other lawsuits. And it's not particularly clear that anyone really has standing to bring any of these lawsuits at this time. So all that is happening. And we'll see if any of them go anywhere, although I'm not particularly optimistic, but you never know. Someone might come up with a legal theory that works. And at least for a moment, that brings us to the end of discussion of this article. $10 from Dark Logic. Free the nose. We must stand by Nick Rekieta against the latest attempt to silence his termination of YouTube. Love the content, Kurt. Keep it up. I agree completely. Nick is my friend, as I've stated before. He's my friend, and I find this all very, very troubling. I have been retweeting, as I'm sure anyone who follows me on Twitter noticed. I've been retweeting basically everyone who's been tweeting about this to try to just bring additional attention to it. Just looking through all these things and trying to bring attention to it. And I made my pinned comment, a tweet at Team YouTube as well, and I'll continue tweeting things about it and retweeting things about it because I don't think Nick did anything wrong. I don't think Nick ever did anything wrong. I don't think any of his strikes, as far as I can tell, are in violation of either the letter or principles of the terms of service. And it is really, really really, really disturbing. So Nick is my friend, and I am harmed by this in a very sort of personal way as well. All right. Let's discuss this. If they delete you, I'd be lost. Yeah, well, you and me both. Thank you, Shelley. Okay. The United States Supreme Court is considering a challenge that involves one of the most consequential laws that impacts the internet as it actually functions and works in reality today. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. The U.S. Supreme Court has never heard a challenge on Section 230, and they're hearing a challenge right now, this term, in Gonzalez v. Google, which might have substantial impact on terms of how the internet functions. So we'll go ahead and read this article and discuss what is happening in this upcoming court case. Noem Gonzalez was 23 years old, studying in Paris, and was killed after individuals affiliated with the terror group ISIS opened fire on a cafe when she and her friends were eating dinner. She was one of 129 people killed during that November 2015 wave of violence in Paris. In the wake of her murder, her estate and several of her relatives have sued Google. The theory is that ISIS posted hundreds of radicalizing videos, including inciting violence and recruiting potential supporters to YouTube, which is owned by Google. Significantly, the family lawyers also argue that YouTube's algorithms promoted the content to whom the characteristics indicated they would be interested. The question, of course, therefore, is whether federal law permits a major tech company like Google to be sued over content its algorithm served up to certain users divides some of the brightest minds of the judiciary. Although at least two federal courts have determined the companies cannot be sued, both of those provide dissents, and now it's up to the resolvement of Gonzalez. Okay, so this is all dealing with Section 230C1. Right, basically says that no internet content provider is liable for the publisher of another information provider's content. But if you go look at the relevant definitions in Section F3 for what a provider is, it says a provider is anyone who contributes either in whole or part to content. And so one of the questions you might say is like, okay, wait a second. So if YouTube YouTube or Google or anyone else just allows the content to be posted, that is not them posting. That is not them acting. If they moderate by removing the content completely, Section C2 does that, right? Section C2 deals with moderation, removing of content. But what about this algorithm? What if they suggest something? Well, if YouTube themselves actually just posted it on their own YouTube channel, that would be considered them posting, right? YouTube does have a YouTube channel. Twitter does have a Twitter account. Facebook has a Facebook account. So they can make posts themselves. And that is their content. They're the one posting it. They're hosting it on their own platform, but they're also the one providing it. They're also the speaker. Okay. So if Google doing that, if them hosting content on their Google page, on their Google homepage, or on their YouTube page, or Facebook doing it on their Facebook page, or Twitter doing it on the Twitter page, right? If them making that sort of active human-based decision is implying their action as a publisher rather than as a platform, then if the algorithms are doing it, well, they're in control of the algorithms, right? They're in control of that, and so maybe they need to absorb that liability. That's sort of the legal theory that's in play here. All right, let's read a little bit more about the article. At stake are fundamental questions about how the internet works and what kind of content we see. Currently, algorithms and behind-the-scenes automation determine everything of what we see. I mean, that is definitely true of the modern internet, right? This law was created in 1996, but since then, we've gone from it being human curated to it definitely being algorithmic. In the worst case scenario for tech giants, a loss in Gonzalez could impose an intolerable amount of legal risk for the algorithms. Basically like, well, they're your machines, they're your automatons, so you're responsible for what they do. And if they're promoting content, that's now a decision that you are making, which would prevent their algorithms from recommending any content, basically. Because, it'd be basically borderline impossible to create anything that would satisfy all the concerns. So I think that it would probably prevent algorithms altogether, which, would be a big change of the way how things are operating, at least in terms of the recommendation of content. Like, it would change in that respect. Of course, there is evidence that these algorithms impose a lot of harm or a lot of, at least, impact on society. In 2018, a sociologist warned YouTube may be one of the most powerful radicalizing instruments of the 21st century because its algorithms tend to pose more and more extreme versions of content. Someone who starts off watching videos about jogging may be directed to ultramarathons. Someone who watches Trump rallies may be pointed to white supremacist rants. So, yeah, I mean, there are rabbit holes to be sure, and people can fall down any number of rabbit holes, and the algorithms will recommend content that fits in with the rabbit holes, so that is potentially an issue. If the United States had a more dynamic Congress, lawmakers could study the question of how to maintain the economic and social benefits of the algorithms while potentially preventing them from serving up ISIS recruitment videos and other kinds of content, and potentially write a law that would strike the balance. But that's going to be really, really hard, because although the progressives and conservatives, the Republicans and Democrats tend to agree that Section 230 needs to be reformed, they very much disagree in what way. So we can't do that, so thus we go to court. And the outcome of the lawsuit turns on whether the law that was written in 1996, when the internet looked very, very different than it does today, and how that means it will operate. Although, of course, it's always possible that if the Supreme Court writes a decision that would be disruptive, maybe that will motivate Congress to act. Because, of course, in this case, the Supreme Court is interpreting a statute, namely the Communications Decency Act, which means that no matter what the U.S. Supreme Court does, the Congress can overrule them. Because the Congress can always make a different statute, right? There's the Constitution. If they're interpreting the Constitution, you need a constitutional amendment. If they're interpreting a statute, just make a different statute. So, it's always possible that a really sharp decision from the U.S. Supreme Court might spurn the Congress to act. But, that's banking on a lot, so we can see. Say Rakita? Rakita? There are many reasons to be skeptical the Gonzalez family will ultimately prevail. Even if their lawyers can prove the individual who murdered them watched ISIS videos, it's unclear how they could show causation. And the First Amendment, of course, protects video content unless it's directed to legal incitement. But of course, the litigation never got that far. So even if they win, they have a whole bunch of causality problems. This has never been allowed to be developed. So how do you prove that people who did the attack watched the videos? How do you prove they were radicalized by Google, right? So, there might be some ways to do that, but that's a whole nother problem for another day. The federal appeals court, of course, denied the case, holding Google's immune from Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. The safeguards imposed by the Communications Decency Act shape the internet as it exists today. And how? It's unlikely social media sites would be financially viable if their owners could be sued every time a user posts defamatory content. Yes. Nor is it likely sites like Yelp or user sections like Amazon would have the ability for users to leave content if they could be sued. Section 230, of course, by its own term, Section C2 specifically, if you want to look it up, protects websites that remove content they find objectionable. Yes, and we can get into the scope of that another time because their ability to do so under C2 is questionable, at least in the way it's being exercised. The C2 gives you a lot of grounds, but not infinite grounds. But this isn't a C2 case. This is a C1 case. So yes, you have the ability to remove content. That's C2. But it's far from clear it protects websites that promote illegal content. Yeah. If you publish a defamatory tweet and Twitter sends out a promotional email, then you'd have a big claim, right? Yeah. So if Twitter makes that exact decision, you're there. The Gonzalez family argues the YouTube algorithm, or for that matter, the Twitter algorithm or the Facebook algorithm, should be treated the same way as if Twitter itself made an active human decision. That is why Google cannot be sued because it promotes videos. The family claims Google can be sued because one of its websites uses an algorithm that promotes the content. So that's the idea. Google itself, if it made the human decision to recommend the content, like by posting it themselves, that would be Google's responsibility. So by what logic do you say they have immunity if it's an algorithm, since they're in control of the algorithm? And while this is a plausible reading of 230, I think so, the law as it exists has formed the backbone of the internet today. Why was the law passed? Well, of course, ordinarily a company that enables people to communicate with each other is not liable for the things other people say. But the rule is different for newspapers, magazines, or other publications that curate what they publish. They can be sued on the basis of republication. So if you're merely transmitting content in the real world, you typically can't be sued. The person who transmits the content. So FedEx can't be sued for its letters it sends. UPS can't be sued for letters it sends. You know, Western Union can't be sued for the telegrams it writes, for example, right? But if you're a newspaper, magazine, or publication that curates and makes the decision what to publish yourself, republication. That's the rule as it existed. Much of the internet, of course, falls into some middle land between the two, which, of course, does not screen content like a magazine. But Twitter routinely deletes tweets it does deem offensive, and sometimes even bans officials or bans content, but doesn't exercise the normal level of editorial control that a magazine or newspaper does. And this is incidentally where the Texas law that we've been discussing comes into play. Because since Twitter is more, well, at least this Texas courts, the Fifth Circuit says, at least Twitter, because it's more like a telephone company, more like Western Union sending telegraphs than a newspaper, because the overwhelming vast majority of the traffic they don't review or stop, right? So they're more like just someone who just takes it and just sends it out the door. They're more like a messaging service. They're more like a messenger, just sending messages. And occasionally they say no to certain customers, but so did Western Union for that matter. As opposed to a newspaper, which basically everything that's in the newspaper, of course, is selected specifically by newspaper staff. It's all human curated. So that's the whole basis of the Texas law. That was the Fifth Circuit, and why I think at least it has potential if it gets to the U.S. Supreme Court, which it probably will. In one of the interesting ironies of all this thing, this case all goes down to Stratton Oakmont versus Prodigy Services Corporation. Stratton Oakmont, of course, is the company, the financial company that was the basis of the movie Wolf of Wall Street. It was a real company that really existed, really engaged in financial frauds. And it's interesting that Wolf of Wall Street over here brought us a case that was the basis of the entire change of law. So Stratman Oakman cheated people out of lots and lots of money and also fundamentally created the internet as we knew today. Who knew? Prodigy was a service that fell into this gray zone. It did not curate every piece of content, but it did use some automated screening programs to remove offensive content. And that, by the courts, was ruled to be a level of editorial control. Because they made the decision to remove some content, that was deemed to be editorial control. And 230, of course, was designed to overturn that. So that says that no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. And one of the things at issue here, of course, as I mentioned, is section F3, which says an information content provider is someone who in whole or part creates the content, which then, of course, may be what Google's doing by its algorithms is promoting the content. The Gonzalez plaintiffs effectively argue the website is not protected by Section 230 when it affirmatively recommends other parties' materials, regardless of whether the recommendations are made by a human or a computer algorithm. Although the primary purpose of Section 230 was to allow forums to operate without having to host content, it provides that they are not subject to liability behind any information provided by another information content provider. Given this broad language, a divided panel of the Ninth Circuit concluded YouTube's algorithms are protected. Among other things, the Ninth Circuit argued that websites necessarily must make decisions that elevate some content while rendering other content less visible. Quoting from a similar Second Circuit case, one court explained that websites have always decided where on their sites particular third-party content should reside and to whom it should be shown. But then again, maybe 230 didn't provide immunity in that domain. A strong rebuttal to this argument was offered by Judge Robert Katzman in a dissent in Force versus Facebook, which is a lawsuit that was very similar regarding Hamas. Katzman argued Katzman argued that Facebook algorithms do more than just publish content. Their functions proactively create networks of people by suggesting individuals and groups that users should attend or follow. And thus, according to Judge Katzman, this goes beyond mere platform and into publishing, and therefore should be treated them as a publisher. Thank you, Sinabad, for becoming an uncivilian. I appreciate it. If Gonzalez loses, apologize, let me do that again. If Google loses the Gonzalez case, it needs to fear the possibility that it could be held liable for illegal content published by others, at least if the content is promoted by an algorithm. And of course, it then becomes unclear how search engines can even operate without algorithms, and thus what becomes of the internet as we know it. Cool. That's a good article. So Section 230 is on trial at the U.S. Supreme Court, not Section C2, which deals with the moderation of content, which also needs a look at, but rather C1, basically, what is the distinction between the platform and publisher of content? The law provides that no internet content provider shall be deemed the publisher of another person's speech, but then, of course, defines what it means to be a speaker to mean to assist in whole or part. And so there is some dispute over whether or not Google can be held responsible, because Google's in control of the algorithms. So maybe Google should be held responsible because it's in control of the algorithms and could, at least in principle, not promote certain kinds of content. Now, of course, in practice, how they would do that is a whole nother set of problems. And as I pointed out, no matter what the Supreme Court does, because this is based on statute, it could be overruled by the Congress, who could pass some sort of modification. So whether or not any of that will happen is, of course, remaining to be seen. But that brings us to the end of discussion of this article. Thank you, Autistic Shill, for tipping $10. I do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Okay. I see Nate the Lawyer was gifted a membership. Also, why wasn't Nate the Lawyer already a member? But thank you very much, Sandra Ramirez, for your 20 gift memberships. That is very, very generous. Thank you. Jane Doe, is it a Stenson? It is not. Let's see if this works. There you go. Jen Joe says, not sure what's happening for you right now, but I feel you're paying your hair for you. Nothing in particular is happening right now. It's just, some days are good and some days are bad. And I've been going through a bit of a spell. And it's interesting, sometimes watching your own sort of reactions to things. Let me take this off because it's glaring in the light. It's interesting sometimes watching your reactions because it doesn't make any sense. And it's interesting watching how your mood can change for no particular reason. Also, one of the reasons I started when I did, because I started it with no notice. It was like, there was a reason, right? I was in a somewhat good mood, and I'm like, damn it, I'm going to take advantage of this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I'm going to record some content while I'm feeling kind of good. And so I did. All right. California has passed a law giving lyrics of rap songs special protection to prevent them from being used in court in cases against artists. So many rap lyrics involve themes that have some illegal elements to them, and prosecutors use these lyrics as sometimes confessionals and otherwise use them in court. And California has passed a specific law to try to inhibit this from being done to some degree. So let's go ahead and discuss the use of rap lyrics in courts in California. Newsom signed into law today in a virtual ceremony attended by Meek Mill, Killer Mike, Too Short, Ty Dollar Sign, YG, E40, and Tyga, as well as the CEO of Recording Academy, Harvey Manson, and the bill's sponsor. Dubbed the Decriminalizing Artistic Expression Act, the law seeks to, among other things, address the use of rap lyrics in trials. Specifically, it says the court must weigh the value of the evidence against substantial danger of unfair prejudice. The law also extends those considerations to other mediums, such as television and film, or in the courts to define creative expression as expression or application of creativity or imagination in the production or arrangement of forms, sounds, words, movements, or symbols, including but not limited to music, dance, performance art, visual art, poetry, literature, film, and other such objects or media. So I guess my YouTube channel is now specially protected by law. How exciting. According to the BBC, hip-hop lyrics have been leveraged as evidence in 500-plus criminal cases in the last 20 years. One recent high-profile example is a RICO case brought in Atlanta against Young Thug, Guana, and YSL Record affiliates. Prosecutors allege the label is actually an organized crime syndicate responsible for 75 to 80% of violent crime in the city. Wow. That's an interesting allegation, to be sure. The rapper's lyrics are cited over and over again in the charging documents to show the conspiracy. West Coast rappers X-Rated and Lavish D were convicted in criminal trials in which the prosecutors used their music to depict them as gang leaders. The former spent 26 years in prison. The latter was sentenced to 6 years for gun charges. This bill is an knowledge of systematic racism being involved. X-Rated told the Sacramento Bee, "It was a huge thing for me because he specifies the intent behind this is not just to protect artists' rights, but also protect minorities and people from disadvantaged backgrounds from being prosecuted and literally prosecuted as well." Earlier this year, the New York State Senate has also passed a bill, but that has stalled in its legislative process that would also limit how rap lyrics are used. In the national level, the Restoring Artistic Protection Act, the RAP Act, was introduced in the House this summer by Hank Johnson of Georgia. Without further congressional action, the freedom of speech and of artistic expression present in music will continue to be stifled, and that expression will be chilled until the voices behind the protected speech are silenced, Johnson said in a statement. So yes, California has passed a law apparently giving some special additional protection to the use of rap lyrics in its state courts. And as has been noted, the lyrics have been used and are being used in other courts in other parts of the country. So, rap lyrics are, of course, written words, and what they mean is normally up to a jury to decide. Like, are they literal? Are they hyperbole or something? Like, it's a question of fact. And if you have a question of fact, what do you normally do? You ask a juror. But in California, they feel that these things are unduly prejudicial and have given special protection. And of course, Congress has also, at least it's been suggested to the United States Congress, but not so much so far. So that is what's going on, and that for the moment brings us to the end of discussion of this story. Thank you, F. Bear, for your 5 gift memberships. It is appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, the Rap Act. Rap Act. You sent me a hug via PayPal? Thank you. Yep, thank you. Go and get a smoothie, add whey protein, and add no sugar. I make my own smoothies at home. I've got yogurt, and I make my own. I usually add some peanut butter. And smoothie does sound pretty good right about now. Thank you for the PayPal donation. Yeah. So yeah, I use a Phage 5% yogurt, and I throw in some peanut butter, and then I throw in some frozen fruit. I've got like a mixed berry thing, and sometimes I've got like a banana thing, some sliced bananas that are frozen. So I throw in like a cup of some sort of fruit, either the mixed berries or the bananas, and throw in a scoop of casein protein powder, and then I add in a scoop of like Amazing Grass green powder to get some veggies in there as well, and blend all that up, and it's very, very nice. And then I have a Magic Bullet blender, which kicks ass. Should we make one together? It would require me getting up and not really. I require me shouting things. Should we make one? Let's make one. What brand? Optimum. ON. Optimum Nutrition. Let's make a protein. All right. Let's make a smoothie. All right. So I'll show you what I'm doing to the best of my ability here. So first of all, we got the Magic Bullet blender. So one Magic Bullet container. Fill it with a little bit of water. Okay. One yogurt, Phage 5%. Okay, got the yogurt in the water now. All right, next step, peanut butter. Usually like to add a couple tablespoons of peanut butter. Big tablespoon of peanut butter, big tablespoon. Put that in there. Okay, peanut butter done. Next step, fruit. Let's do banana today. Got some pre-made frozen banana stuff here. Nothing fancy, just banana slices. I like to do a cup of that. Protein. This is the protein I like. Optimum brand, gold standard casein protein. Casein takes longer to digest than whey. So it's more, it takes longer to digest, and therefore it's more good for like a diet, because, at least in my experience, because it takes longer to digest. So casein protein. Take a scoop of that. That easy. Then, right now, I'm using this for my greens. Amazing Grass Trio. So put a scoop of that in there to get some greens in there. Help balance out the nutritional load. Blends in very nicely, I might say. All right. Finish off with a little bit of water. Doesn't need very much though, because it already has so much liquid in it. Right, and so you got the blender, right? So this is the cup I'll ultimately drink it out of too. So you just got the magic bullet blender. Screws right on top. Easy peasy. Sure to wipe that off right away. If you do that, man, it's like ready to go again. Okay. One lid. And thus, we are done. Yummy. Kurt, is that a denial of cert behind me? No. It's my license to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court. It's my license to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court. You love the shorts? You mean the shorts I'm wearing or the short videos? No Texas bar results yet. No, I haven't heard it tell. Last I heard, they still said mid-October, and there's been no further clarification. You enjoy my cooking show? Yeah, great. And it is fantastic, by the way. 10 out of 10 would recommend. And it's a very healthy option, especially if you're trying to cut out carbs, which I am, right? So I'm trying to cut out carbs, so it's pretty healthy in that domain. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than a lot of alternatives. You love carbs, you get used to it. All right, let's do another article. Do I get hangry? No. I think I've been self-medicating with food for a long time, which is not exactly unheard of. I think, to try to deal with depression. So I think I've been self-medicating with food. But, Oh, and I do have a new whiskey. I have this cider one on my desk. Lies and madness. I go without carbs one day and I rage. Well, we'll make it work, Sandra. All right, let's cover some more stuff. For today's story, we are covering an argument that's currently being held by an appellate court as to whether or not trans athletes being able to participate in sports discriminates against their cisgendered classmates. So Title IX prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex. And so but it does, of course, recognize that sex exists, because otherwise you couldn't discriminate on the basis of it. And so there is an argument that being had about whether or not allowing trans athletes to participate could be a violation of Title IX, which is an interesting interpretation of Title IX, to be sure. Let's get further into this. Will I be popping tomorrow into the Legal Vices subscribe party? If at all possible, yes. I might not be there very long, depending on my mood, but I'll try to stop in at least for a minute. On Thursday, a federal appellate court heard arguments concerning the rights of transgender student athletes. But unlike most legal challenges, the plaintiffs aren't trans. So yes, these kinds of lawsuits have been filed, but typically they're being filed by the trans people to want to compete. And now they're being filed by the straight people, or the cis people rather, to not compete. So this group of young cisgendered women representing the Christian conservative legal organization Alliance Defending Freedom is arguing that allowing the trans athletes to compete on teams that align with gender identity violates the rights of cis women, because non-women are competing, and thus destroys what Title IX essentially created, right? Title IX was essentially created, and what it was used for, at least in large part, was the foundation of women's sports, because it required essentially equal funding for men's sports and women's sports. And then women's sports increased something like 9 times over as a result of Title IX. It was a huge deal. And they're saying, well, allowing men to compete on the women's teams is undoing that, because women no longer have teams for themselves. So the case was dismissed by a federal district judge, but has proven to be consequential. The lawsuit is cited by those who want to ban trans women and girls from competing in women's sports, with several of the plaintiffs advocating for states to pass more restrictions. Advocates on both sides say the case has been instrumental in the public narrative. The plaintiffs in this case are 4 young cis women from Connecticut who competed in track and field during high school. They are challenging Connecticut's law or policy allowing trans high school athletes to compete in sex-segregated sports that align with gender identity. They are taking away our ability to compete because men just, when they compete against women in these kinds of sports, just utterly dominate. And so it's not fair. This policy, the suit claims, puts women at a competitive disadvantage, so much so it violates their Title IX rights, which require schools to provide equal opportunity for members of both sexes, which of course implies that there are exactly 2 sexes and also implies that they are distinct. In other words, they're arguing that the Title IX protection for cis girls are compromised by trans girls being allowed to compete. Can I say hi to your brother Angus in Ireland? Hello, Angus in Ireland. I hope you're having a great day. Competing against trans girls, the complaint said, left the plaintiffs with materially fewer opportunities to stand on the victory podium, fewer opportunities to participate in postseason elite competition, fewer opportunities for public recognition as champions, and a much smaller chance of setting recognized records. This caused irreparable harm to the students, the lawsuit argues, citing a 2019 race in which the plaintiff competed against 2 trans girls. In that competition, the girl placed 3rd behind the trans girls. If it weren't for the policy, they would have been placed 1st, been named the state open champion, and be publicly recognized for the accomplishment, which would have influenced college prospects. So this has produced some demonstrable and arguably monetary harm. It's really difficult to quantify how the girls' recruiting has been impacted in the long haul, but we do know is that any loss in an unfair race is wrong. The complaint therefore asks the courts to block all transgender girls from competing in women's sports. The plaintiffs also want the records amended to reflect what the results would have been had it not been for the improper, at least they argue, participation of the trans girls. A U.S. district judge had dismissed the lawsuit on procedural grounds, ruling that it was moot. At the time, 2 of the plaintiffs graduated from high school, and they found there's no indication they will enter in competition by transgender students. So saying it's moot because they had graduated. But, of course, typically that's not necessarily a problem because this is one of those things that's capable of review. The district court also noted that courts across the country have consistently held Title IX requires schools to treat transgender students consistently with their proclaimed gender identity. The lawsuit has been appealed to the Second Circuit. At the hearing, the attorneys have argued their clients were still affected by having to race against trans athletes, which render their competitive records inaccurate. The complaint should be sent back to the district court. A primary purpose of competitive athletics is to strive to be the best, and yes, to be recognized. Trophy shelves exist in high schools because we all recognize the past, and the history of records matter. On the basis of legal precedent, it has been suggested that the defendants will win. In the Second Circuit, I think that's probably pretty likely. This isn't the Fifth Circuit. This is the Second Circuit. If this was the Fifth Circuit, I'd be feeling a lot better about it, but it's not. It's the Second Circuit, so yeah. The vast majority of precedent from federal courts recognize that Title IX protects transgender students from discrimination. In those rulings, transgender students were being forcibly excluded by schools. Here, they're not being excluded anyway. They're allowed to compete consistent with their gender identity. Yeah, but Title IX doesn't protect gender identity. Title IX protects sex, not gender. It's right in the text. If this case is decided in favor of the defendants, it would affirm allowing transgenders to compete, at least for the moment. If the judge rules in favor of plaintiff, it would create a conflicting interpretation. I would expect the Second Circuit to maintain this. You never can know for sure. You could get surprised, but yeah, I'd expect the Second Circuit to say that they're totally okay with this. The plaintiff's stories has been referred to by states looking to pass laws that would restrict trans girls competing in female sports. Sewell, who was the very first cis female athlete to speak out on the issue, has given testimony to a number of state legislatures, including Kansas and North Dakota, supporting the policies. I think it's been a start of the movement that's meant to restore fairness and a level playing field. But the case's influence doesn't necessarily stop at sports, according to the ACLU. The top of athletics is, in a lot of conversations, short of an entry point for driving a wedge into broader arguments that girls who are transgender should not be treated as girls, and that boys who are transgender should not be treated as boys. That would because we believe that people believe that sex actually exists and is real and can't necessarily be changed. Thus, that is the end of... Well, let me do this a different way. So the battle over Title IX has gone to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals to review whether or not women can sue because men are competing as women. And so far that the case has been dismissed. Now, I would expect the Second Circuit to say that yes, men can compete as women if they say that they're women. And a woman is someone who says they're a woman, who says they're a woman, who says they're a woman. So yes, all those things. So we'll see how that progresses, but I would imagine no matter what happens in this case, that's certainly not the end of it. These issues will continue, and at least for a moment, that brings us to the end of discussion of this case. Okay. Smoothie is good smoothie. Smoothie is filling smoothie. Recommend smoothie. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate it. Happy fun smoothie? Yeah. All right, let's see what else we got. All right, let's do something different. Something less heavy, more carnal. Lebby, nothing in particular has me down. I've just been dealing with issues of depression. And I've been feeling depressed for a little while, and just something I have to work through. You have a beautiful smile. Thanks. I'm amazing? Thank you. I'm a great guy. Hopefully I'll find a woman to join me in my life who will agree with you. We're doing another speed dating thing on the 8th. I think I'm signed up for 4 of them right now. We'll keep trying. Did Biden mass pardon federal marijuana convictions? I missed that memo. I have no problem with it. It'd be nice if they changed the law going forward as well. You keep eating right and working out, you'll be wifed up in no time. What's apathy? Not caring. You know what the difference between ignorance and apathy is? I don't know and I don't care. A Massachusetts woman has killed a former landlord with a hammer after forging checks in his name to pay off gambling debts. Many, many things has gone wrong in this relationship. We forged the checks from the landlord and then smashed his brains in with a hammer. So not going great. A Massachusetts woman has been arrested for allegedly beating her friend, not that much of a friend, and landlord to death with a hammer and concealing the body in a shower curtain after he apparently found out that she had been forging checks. She had been doing some check kiting and check forgery, and she said, I want to solve this problem with a hammer. When all you have is a hammer, every problem is a nail. Ji Fang Qi, 43, was taken into custody and charged with 1 count of murder in the beating death of the 65-year-old Leonard Garber. According to a press release, officers with the Newtown Police Department responded to Garber's home after a family contacted the department and reported him missing, saying that they haven't heard from him in a week. They went to the home to conduct the welfare check, but were unable to locate him. The following day, the family again contacted the police regarding welfare check, and they conducted 2 subsequent checks. Officers found nothing during the first check, but approximately 3 p.m. on the 27th, they returned to the home for the 3rd time and went inside the residence. Upon entering the home, the police discovered Garber's body wrapped up in a curtain, under construction materials, and under several other heavy items. Investigators say the remains may have been inside the house for more than 1 day, adding that it had been placed in such a way as to conceal it. Investigators subsequently determined that Garber had recently been spending time with his female tenants. The preliminary investigation revealed the defendant had allegedly been forging checks from the victim's accounts and had stolen over $40,000. Wow. When the victim became aware of the theft, he confronted the defendant, and she allegedly struck and killed him and then attempted to hide the body. Not very well, she didn't. Police reviewed financial records and surveillance footage from the home that allegedly showed the Asian female, later identified as Key, entering the victim's home in the days prior to being located. In court, prosecutors say that Key, who was Garber's tenant at a different property, confessed to stealing the money and killing Garber following arrest. She talked to the police. So, yeah. During the interview, the defendant admitted that she had stolen checks from Leonard Garber and that she had killed him. She later stated that she had used a hammer and hit his body in the location where it was eventually found. She talked to the police. So, yeah. The district attorney has reportedly said that investigators have uncovered evidence that Key had stolen and forged checks in the past and was in debt from gambling. Thus, that brings us to the end of this story of a landlord-tenant relationship gone very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. The guy was a landlord, and she was stealing checks and apparently stole $40,000 from him. And he found out and confronted her, and she decided to respond to it with hammer time. She then talked to the police. So, not going great. But yeah, that kind of thing happens, unfortunately, but it looks like justice is being done, at least in some way. And that brings us to the end of discussion of this story. Hey, Rainbow, how you doing? Who's the worst tenant, that or Boozy? I don't think Boozy killed anybody. So, I'm going to have to say this is worse. Okay. Am I feeling better? Yeah. 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 The peanut butter is peanut buttery. That's nice. Thank you, Candy Goff, for becoming an uncivilian. I've been playing more of The Witcher 3 recently. I've been enjoying that. The game kicks ass. Recommended. And apparently it is on the Switch with all of its expansions. So if you're looking for a game to play, I recommend Witcher 3. It's pretty kick-ass. And my smoothie I made is nice. I tell you what, I do love this magic bullet thing. I used to have like a full-size blender, and that thing is fucking impossible to clean. I love the magic bullet so much better. You know, you get these larger, they come with these larger cups, because they come in smaller and larger cups, and the larger cups, you know, you can throw so much stuff in there and blend it up, and it works great. And I got the Pro, so it's like 1100 watt, so it like will blend up ice and shit. And it's so much easier to clean. It's like, and then you just use the bottle that you, Fat Andy says I'm a sexy bitch. Thank you. Thank you for the complimentary on the thyroid fundraiser. I appreciate that. So, you buy a smoothie spatula. I'm not sure what that is exactly. Is a special spatula just for smoothies? I don't know. I like my blender though. My daughter loves this joke. Do you know the answer? What has a head, a foot, and 4 legs? Let me think. A bed? Booyah. For today's article, it seems that CNN has finally realized that gun ownership is for everybody. This is something the gun community has realized for a long time, but CNN is apparently waking up to the news that guns and gun rights are for everyone, including liberals, females, and minorities. Whoa. Yeah. So let's read a little bit more about this amazing revelation CNN has apparently had. Several times a week, you can hear gunfire echoing from Brandy Joseph's scenic California property. A licensed firearm instructor and dealer, Joseph decided to open Fortune Firearms in December to serve a growing and rapidly changing clientele. There's a huge uptick in female ownership, Joseph has said. I did see 3 new Witchers. I did see that news. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it's going to be fun. Women are getting trained. Women are carrying both liberal and conservative. Proof of that change pulled up on Joseph's long, dusty driveway just before 10 a.m. for a Saturday social sorts. A group of 7 African-American women stepped out of their car seemingly eager to start their first firearms training session. Our society and climate is changing. It's just better to be prepared for your own safety and protection. That's how we feel. Well, God bless, man. God bless. People realizing that maybe the government won't necessarily be there for them when it matters, and maybe they need to learn to protect themselves so that they have that option. Now in their early 50s, the women have been friends since they were kids in Los Angeles, about 2.5 hours away from that business. And most of the time, they leaned left. Do you have some friends who'd be totally turned off by this, we asked? Absolutely, she responded. That's their choice. I'm exercising my choice. Badass. Jamie Beverly looked less certain, if not uneasy. Seeing all the guns on the table was like, ugh. Why would you ever want to carry, we asked. I don't think so, she whispered. Well, that's okay. We'll get you into using it. Here are some badass women at the shooting range doing some shooting. Kick ass. Over the course of nearly 2 hours, Joseph led detailed instruction, teaching the women everything from types of handguns best suited for self-defense to how to load and disarm a firearm. Only after the women had repeatedly loaded a cartridge, inserted a magazine, chambered the gun, and then doing it all in reverse, did they determine they were ready to fire. So she's giving instruction. That's probably a good idea, and she's teaching these women how to get started with it, yeah. Echoes of gunfire rippled through the valley as women pulled the trigger. About an hour east of Los Angeles, Jessica Mendez and her wife, Krissa, met with their instructor, Tom, at Burro Canyon shooting. But Regaldo, 25, admitted at first she wants nothing to do with guns. Just the sounds, the vibration of every impact, made me very jittery and shaky, and I have to excuse myself outside the rain. I don't know, it just triggered something inside of me and made me feel scared. Mendez, who was 30, was equally disinterested in guns at first, but in recent years, she's felt the need for self-protection. I'm a Mexican woman in a same-sex relationship. I need to feel safe. I need to feel protected. Pink Pistols is there for you, and also does great work in this domain. I've known about them for years. They are a gun rights group that focus specifically on gun rights for, the LGBTQ crowd, and they're badass. They're definitely a gun group I can support. And now I feel the laws and things that are going on don't make me feel safe and don't make me feel protected. Yeah, your feeling of protection was always an illusion. The government was never there to help, or they're never required to. You should absolutely protect yourself. She convinced her wife to join her for a training session with Nugent, who began LA Progressive Shooters in 2020. I never intended to become a instructor, but the need from the community was there. And also a lot of folks from my own liberal community who see me as, oh, you like guns, you must be a gun nut. But that's not really it at all. Well, it's okay to be a gun nut. It's okay. Well, you're allowed. The instructor said his clients are mostly liberal and from all backgrounds, genders, and sexual orientations. He prides himself on creating an inclusive student base. The more I educate who are formally anti-gun, the more they actually realize there's more nuance to it. Whoa, nuance. Yeah. Both Mendez and Regalado now have their own guns and are working to gain their permits. But they avoid talking about guns with their friends and family, who they say are firmly anti-gun. They're not really open to understanding. Whoa. The progressives not open to understanding? Menendez said, adding she feels more comfortable discussing her same-sex relationship with her friends than her guns. I definitely feel more closeted being a gun owner for fear of retaliation. That is both hilarious and depressingly sad. Especially when there is a clear Second Amendment right. But, yeah, it's like you can't come out as a gun owner, but you can come out as gay. Both Mendez and Regalado at first worried about the type they would encounter at the gun range, many of whom they say advertise their conservative politics in what they're wearing or listening to. It's mostly all men, mostly all white men, older men, like 70s or 80s. Seeing people look like us and just kind of staring, it always makes us feel uncomfortable. Like, because, oh my God, are they going to tell us, get out of here, you don't belong here? But instead, they've gone a very different reaction. They're like, hey, you're doing well, but can I show you something that might help in more? Whoa, these 70, 80-year-old old white men didn't say, hey, you women's, get out of my gun range. You don't belong here. They said, hey, you're doing great. Can I show you something that might help? They welcomed you into the community. Whoa, CNN is learning some truths right now. Mendez says it not only changed her impression of these people, but she also says it gives some different perspective. When I came back the next day, one of the men said, hey, I saw your wife out there. She looks nice. Tell her I said hi. Still, as Mexican-American immigrants in a same-sex marriage, Mendez feels pulled in different directions politically. But at the end of the day, I have to choose. Am I going to choose guns, or am I going to choose my relationship? And I always choose my relationship, but it's just a shame that we can't come together and feel safe. Hey, man, we'll bring the progressives on board. We'll bring the liberals on board. We'll bring the gay Mexicans on board. Everyone is welcome in Second Amendment land. Gun sales in one of the county's few black gun-owned shops. Let me try that sentence again. Gun sales in one of the country's few black-owned gun shops, Redstone Firearms in Burbank, soared post-pandemic and remained steady, according to the owner. It's not just one demographic. It's not just one ethnic group. There's not just one level of income. It's a wide variety of folks that come in here now. While white men have the highest rates of gun ownership in the U.S., one survey showed that in the first half of 2021, roughly 90% of retailers saw a surge in gun sales to African Americans. The same study found that about 80% of retailers reported an increase among Hispanic and Asian Americans. Solomon, who's a former police officer, opened a shop about 9 years ago with his wife. He says the new diverse companies are primarily buying their first gun for a shared reason, self-protection. But he warns them to pay close attention to rapidly changing regulations. It's a constant education when it comes to gun laws, especially in California. You think? Because the state of California hates you. The state of California hates you and your gun rights. But maybe if enough gay and transgender and whatever people get guns, maybe California will stop hating them as much. One can only hope. So yeah, go out and have fun. I like shooting. I haven't been shooting in a while, but I've liked shooting in the past. It can be quite a lot of fun and even relaxing because it requires a lot of concentration. So it can be a way to get present. It's kind of almost meditative, or at least I found it to be. So it might work for you that way too, because it requires you to be really focused on what you're doing. So it can actually be quite zen with the conditions right. California is consistently rated among the states with the toughest gun laws. There are strict policies aimed at dissuading hasty gun purchasers, including a 10-day cooling off period. And getting a concealed carry permit in Los Angeles, good luck. It's really convenient to think if we just ban an object, if we just ban guns, then all our problems would be solved, but that's not true, said the firearms instructor. Yep. Arm the fish bees? Nugent said more and more residents are willing to put in time and go through hurdles to legally buy and carry guns. And he says most of his clients support tough regulation so long as there's clarity, consistency, and still a path towards legal ownership. He only hopes they incorporate education and training. I want to destigmatize lawful and responsible gun ownership. That's a great goal. They do. You can get gun decals in rainbow. We've covered it before. You can get your gun rainbow-fied. You can get your AR-15 rainbow-fied. You can get your pride color. You can get your pride color AR. They make kits. Yeah. After completing the 2-hour class at Fortune Firearms, most of the group of 7 friends were noticeably more comfortable in their newfound knowledge. I just feel liberated, Ward said. Welcome to the club. I feel like let's move towards the next step. License to carry, get a concealed weapon. Hey. See? It wasn't that bad at all, man. You liked it. Data from Harvard found that more than half of new gun owners are likely to be women. Excellent. Joseph said many of her clients are more liberal women who don't advertise their carrying. Most people have in mind a cookie-cutter firearm owner, right-wing, but there's the other side that's quiet. They own guns, they're buying them, they're stockpiling ammo. It's not just on their Facebook pages, it's not on their profile pictures. Well, maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. Maybe there will be enough of them, and we'll have a critical mass, and they'll come out of the closet. It'll be the gun owner Stonewall. Maybe someday. Maybe someday soon. Here is a picture of 9 females at the gun range. This is a beautiful sight. Go get it, girls. Go get your Second Amendment. Your SIG is hot pink. You're instantly more attractive to me, just Laura. You're instantly more attractive to me than you were 5 seconds ago. Hey, girl. Can't help noticing your hot pink SIG. Would you like to maybe go out shooting, get a drink afterwards? You and me? Yeah. Day is now planning to move forward with carrying after Joseph's class. With all the things you see on the news, things are happening more in so many public areas. Movie theaters, Walmarts, grocery stores. It's like there's no limit. There never was a limit. There never was. Love a type grouping? Oh. Gun-related sex puns? Oh, yeah. Love a type grouping? Wow. Oh, I forgot to get the names scrolling on screen. They haven't been scrolling this entire time, and no one told me, or I didn't notice. Damn it. Oh, well. I forgot. Is there a pride flag for homosexuals? There definitely should be. Hey, baby, is that a SIG in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? This is SIG 365? Oh. Well, I'm more a Glock guy, but I hear differences attract, so kind of interested in a little friendly day at the range. Later we can go clean our guns together. Wow. So CNN has learned the truth that actually guns are for women's too. Unbelievable. And the women's are taking the gun courses and they're liking it. And they're going in groups. They're going in groups to learn together about the guns. And they like the guns and they want to get concealed carry permits and stuff. I applaud this. And CNN is learning these basic truths. So CNN is going to learn this as more and more women and more minorities get guns and exercise their Second Amendment rights. And God bless them as they do so. And that brings us to the end of discussion of this story. All right, so let's see. Do I want to do anything more tonight? That's actually enough work for now, I think. How long have I been recording? An hour 41? That's enough work. It's like 5 stories or something, 6 stories. All right, I'm going to stop recording. I'm feeling a little better. I am feeling a little better. You want to look down the barrel of my white fragility? Wow. That's an interesting one, Annie. I'm not sure about that, but there, Biden. Let's take a look at what's going on with Biden. Hold on. Pardons of all simple possession. Excellent. I support this. This is great. Yeah, I think that's great. Check my DMs. Okay, we'll do something on the marijuana thing. Give me a second to catch up with what's going on. We'll do something on the marijuana thing before we cut it off for today. I'll edit that and maybe I'll get it up tonight or tomorrow. Go, you chicken fat, go. What the hell is this?
Touchdown. Every morning, 10 times, not just now and then. Give that chicken fat back to the chicken and don't be chicken again. No, don't be chicken again.
Okay. That's a thing. Thank you for the chicken fat song. That was interesting.
Push up. Every morning, 10 times push up. Starting low. Once more on the rise, nuts to the flabby guys. Go, you chicken fat, go away. Go, you chicken fat, go. Good morning. Hands on hips, please. Now touch your toes with me. Ready? Touchdown. Up, up, down. 10 times. Not just now and then. Up, up. 5. Chicken fat. 6. Chicken and 7. Chicken again. No.
Okay. Let me go back to the marijuana thing. Wow. That was a lot of things. I was not fully prepared for any of that. Okay.
Push-ups next, nice and steady, not too fast. Ready? Push-up. Down. Every morning. 10 times. Push. Starting low. Down. That's 5 more. Down. 6. Go, chicken fat. Go away. Go, you chicken fat. Go. 10. Halt. Now struggle up to your...
The video is nothing to see. It's just a cheerleading squad smiling and doing some basic. No yellow butterflies, no bar results yet. Okay. All right, let me record some more.
Your feet, strut, march in place, march. Left a good pound and a quarter, was it right? Right that it should be left. Yes, I left a good pound and a quarter, it was right, left, jam, hold, 1, 2, next, sit-ups. Everybody's favorite, so on your back, drop. All right, girls, you're in this too. Arms overhead, flop. Come on, girls. Now, sit up, sit down. Up, 10 times. Sit up, down. Up, down. Swing that rusty gait. Don't drop the tempo, mate. Can't win dragging your feet. No, can't win dragging your feet. Now on your feet, up. Everybody, hands on hips, place. Twist your trunk to the left. Ready? Twist left, front. Now the right side. 10 times. Twist left, front. Right, front, grunt. Louder. Front. Now left and front. And everybody say, go you chicken fat, go. And halt.
For today's story, we are dealing with an announcement that Biden has pardoned all marijuana offenses related to simple possession in what seems to be a long overdue step and a first step, perhaps, into more dramatic marijuana reform on federal law. So as I'm sure all of you know, marijuana, although legal under various state law, has been illegal this entire time under federal law. It is a Schedule I drug, the most restricted kinds of drugs that there is. There is no more restricted than that. And it is the most dangerous drug. It is incidentally more restricted than cocaine, which is technically Schedule II, just to show you how absurd this can be. In any event, Biden has pardoned all the simple possession offenses and looking to make some reforms. So let's discuss more. Let's go ahead and get started with this. I saw the actual letter. I think I'm going to do a political article. But thanks. If you guys are bad to me, I'll bring back the video. The president has pardoned all convicted of simple marijuana possession, as opposed to, of course, with intent to distribute, under federal law in what amounts to the most extensive White House action taken on U.S. drug policy. Of course, the president does have unilateral authority to pardon for federal crimes. And so, the name scroll. I could fix the name scroll. The president has also urged governors to take similar action for state-level offenses for civil possession of marijuana. Also, he's called on the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Attorney General to consider how marijuana is reviewed under law. So I'm not a super expert on this, but I do believe that the president, under the Controlled Substances Act, does have the authority, or more of the point, the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Attorney General have the authority to reclassify marijuana. So the initial classification was set by Congress, but the Controlled Substances Act itself provides a provision that allows for the president, or more of the point, the executive branch, to reclassify it. And it seems like that process has started. Is it illegal to pardon an entire class of convictions? No. No, you can do that. It's been done many times before. Pardoned all the people who dodged the draft in Vietnam. Pardoned all the soldiers who fought for the Confederacy in the Civil War. Mass pardons have been done before, no problem. Not a problem. What's the name scroll? The name scroll is everyone who has a Scales by their name, Jen Joe. And if you're not on the list, it's because you've joined so recently that I failed to update the list. But it is a list of everyone who is a paid member of the channel. Like you. You are an uncivilian. So hopefully your name will be there. I was gifted a membership and want to continue. What do I do? Yeah, I think it's in the super chat function. You hit the $ thing, and I think you can buy memberships there. And you can also click the link for the join button. But yeah, I do update the list. I updated the list recently. I think I updated it 2 or 3 days ago. So if you're a member as of 2 or 3 days ago, your name will be on this list. If not, then, I'll update it soon. I have to do it manually because of how it's bodged. So I have to do it by hand. So I have to remember this. How many with this cover aren't most simple possessions under state law? Don't know. Sending people to prison for possessing marijuana has upended too many lives and incarcerated people for conduct that many states no longer prohibit, Biden said. Criminal records for marijuana possession have also imposed needless barriers to employment, housing, and education opportunities. And while white and black and brown people use marijuana at similar rates, black and brown people have been arrested, prosecuted, and convicted at disproportionate rates. Well, I'm not sure whether or not that's true, but the whole thing is dumb anyway, so that's fine. Pardon everybody. The president added that regulations that limit trafficking, marketing, and sales to minors shouldn't change, but states following the administrative leads, because the vast majority, of course, are convicted under state or local laws. So for simple possession, probably not that many convicted under federal law, but there are some, so it's a great start. The president has been clear that marijuana laws are not working. The president has now considered his option as taking executive action. He does have the unilateral ability to pardon and can pardon entire classes of people. So, that's fine. The move, which has been pushed by advocates, brings marijuana policy to the fore just weeks before the midterm election, underscoring how much the politics of the issue have changed. Polling consistently shows that roughly 2/3 of Americans support marijuana legislation, but despite the popularity of legalization, fewer than 1 in 5 of primary candidates mention cannabis reform on the media. Yeah, but, it's becoming more and more accepted. And, as far as I'm concerned, if the president has the ability to change the marijuana classification, and it's my understanding he does, or more the point that Health and Human Services and the Attorney General can change it, and they work for him. So, if he can change it, more power to them. Change it. Change it from category 1. Change it to literally anything else will be fine. The practical impact may be limited. Most people, of course, in federal prison for cannabis are not in prison for minor offenses. So a number of people this will maybe impact might only be in the thousands. Possibly. But, it's a start, and I'll take it. The move, nevertheless, is remarkable for Biden, who has, of course, himself written some of the toughest crime laws on drugs when he was in the Senate. Yeah. Biden was the only Democratic presidential candidate in 2020 who did not support marijuana descheduling, which would make marijuana legal at the federal level. The administration said he wants to reschedule cannabis as Schedule 2. That's fine. Lots of things are Schedule 2. Medications you may have taken have been Schedule 2 from time. It's like, yeah, that's great. At least it allows it to be prescribed, and that would be fine. Currently, 37 states and the District of Columbia have legalized medical marijuana, and 19 states have legal use for adult marijuana. 5 states, of course, are voting on recreational marijuana as well. Earlier this year, the Senate Majority Leader introduced a bill to deschedule cannabis and expunge records, which, of course, Congress can also do. The president can pardon, and, of course, it can also be done by legislation because you're removing someone's punishment. So you can do that by law. That's fine. The bill does not have the votes to pass in the Senate. The House has twice passed legislation that would limit federal marijuana penalties, but most Republicans have not supported it. Members of Congress have been working on this issue with one significant bill passing the House. The effort stalled and we're almost to an end in this Congress. Yeah, I think the Republicans should probably get on board on this one. For at least the reasons that if it's legalized, that's good for business, right? And I think it would go a long way to helping to end some of the drug war. I think it would go a long way. I wouldn't completely solve the problem, but I think it would help a lot. Biden's announcement on Thursday appeared to catch much of Washington by surprise, with Democratic congressional aides telling Politico the rollout was not coordinated with lawmakers. Well, he doesn't need their approval because he has the unilateral ability to pardon, and he decided to do that. The review process Biden has outlined through HHS and DOJ won't necessarily result in descheduling. It could simply move the marijuana to a lower category of the Controlled Substances Act. Something advocates point out could complicate medical and recreational programs in already legal states. No, it really doesn't complicate it, because state law doesn't have to change in response to it, but it would go a long way. And one would imagine states would adopt to allow for it to be prescription. So, I mean, Schedule 2 isn't necessarily my personal preference, but, if my choice is between Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, Schedule 2 works for me. I mean, I would prefer something like Schedule 4, if not descheduled completely. But, any step that makes it available to be prescribed is a step. Keeping marijuana on the federal drug schedule will mean people will continue to face criminal charges for marijuana. Yeah, only if they don't have a prescription. One would imagine prescriptions will be easier to find. It also means research will continue to be inhibited and state-level markets will be at odds with federal law. Yeah, but it already is. And this is an improvement. I'll take it. It's not ideal, but I'll take it. The Justice Department will expeditiously administer the president's proclamation with pardons of individuals who engage in simple possession of marijuana, restoring political, civil, and other rights to those committed. In the coming days, the Office of the Pardon Attorney will implement a process to provide impacted individuals with certificates of the pardon. So yeah, the president has pardoned, and now they're going to identify all those people and send them official notices in the mail so that they will have that reflected for their own records. Excellent. The legal cannabis industry is currently projected to hit $32 billion in sales this year, with revenues expected to reach $63 billion in 2028. One, two, four, legalize religious marijuana, shamanism. Fair. Thus, that brings us to perhaps a somewhat surprising announcement from the White House that it looks like marijuana is going to be rescheduled. Perhaps not descheduled, but rescheduled. Rescheduled is an improvement because prescription, anything other than Schedule 1 can be prescribed. Schedule 2 drug can be prescribed. And there are Schedule 2 drugs that are prescribed. So, like, it goes from the not prescribable to the prescribable. It makes it restricted, but, you know, not as restricted as Category 1, which by definition, by law, for something to have Schedule 1, it has to have no possible medical use. And to say marijuana has no possible medical use is a bit absurd. To say that it can be addictive or detrimental, okay, less absurd. To say it has no medical use, absurd. So just by the Controlled Substances Act's own definitions, it should not be Schedule 1. So yes, he pardons all simple offenses and has ordered HHS and the Attorney General to reschedule. It looks like it's going to be rescheduled Schedule 2, which is not ideal, but it's better than nothing. And of course, leaves open the possibility of it being scheduled something differently, but really anything is an improvement. And at least for the moment, that brings us to the end of discussion of this story. Since when's there legal cannabis injury? We talked about that. It's legal in some states. Oh, I failed to keep recording. That's all right. I'll have to download this video so I can edit it. I failed to record it. It's all right. I'll edit it from the YouTube video. You dislike pot? No one's requiring you to use it, man. Yeah, if you don't have the join button, then click on the link in the video description or wait till the bot tells you about the link and you can do it that way. Senshi says, I agree now. The DC versus Hell oral arguments turn me into Texas. I love Scalia, but machine guns are uncommon. Might have to do with existing unreviewed regulations. Fair. I think it will go a long way to stopping the drug war. I think it really will. It'll be a major blow, I think, to the drug war.
Fingers back of your neck, lace, right foot forward. alternate feet, ready. Spring left, spring right, higher, higher. Up, down, higher, higher. Way, not too high. Up, down, halt. Drop your hands to the side, feet together. Place, overhead clap and jump to stride, known as the jumping jack, far and wide. All right, are you ready? Ready. Jump, two, clap, two, slap, clap, jump, two.
Okay. Should we, what should we do now? I'm losing it. Witcher? You guys want to watch me play some Witcher for a while? Prank call people? I don't have Arc. Alright, we can do Witcher for a while. Have I spoken with Rockets today? No. I haven't. Supreme Court cameras, what's this about? I'll text Rockets real fast. See if he wants to talk. Did I know John made his finally made his own channel? I did not know that. Probably can't hear that. Let me change the audio source. Yeah. What's my take on the metaverse lawyers? I don't know enough to have an opinion. I'm hilarious. Thank you, Sherry. Study for the California bar? I might do that. I'm insane enough. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, there's that link, by the way. If you want to become a member on mobile, Streamlabs just gave you the link. So you can click that link if you want to be a member if you're on mobile. It should take you to the right place. Or if you were gifted a membership and you want to pay for additional memberships and stuff, that's the link. It should do the trick. So let me know if that link works for you or if there's a problem. Can you guys hear me still okay? Check 1, 2. This is the power of my voice. I am an Uncivil Law. Can you hear me? Am I being understood? Yes, good.
Darkness everywhere. I see it all around.
Can anybody hear me?
Hey?
Is there anybody out there?
Thanks for vibrating.
Anyone at all? Come on now, get a little bit closer.
What the?
Game's a little loud. Let me see what I can do about the audio levels. Hold on. Okay, I can just drop the. I'll just drop the audio levels of the game. Do I sing in the shower? I'll sing in the rain, baby.
Fancy a gander at our little stockpile. We've gathered ourselves quite the collection.
Heard you had a griffin prop.
Aye. Kill some...
Good thing, too.
Well, folks say all kinds of shite about you lot.
The vermin will stay in the castle with the pollinators.
Okay, let's see what we got. By the way, for those of you who are curious about such things, I've been playing offline, and I told Yennefer to pound stand, and I'm romancing Triss. So we are on the track for the Triss ending. So yeah, for those you guys can question every decision I've made if you want or whatever, but that's where we're at. I've become comfortably lonely. I wonder how bad a copyright strike I would get for just playing in the background. No horse? I usually don't use the horse unless it's really long distances. I usually just run.
Must be Armerton, village from the notice. Except it's awful quiet. Necrophages, great. Stench.
Do I think YouTube likes me? No. No. It's best not to give them an excuse, that's fair. This is just like being married, better half is playing video games. Video games are fun.
It's drink for it's nearly night.
Got eyes like a cat.
If you'd like a relationship with someone who plays video games, let me know.
Master of trade keeps the hunger at bay.
Fancy a gander at our little... We've gathered ourselves...
Heard you had a good thing.
Well...
See, you're a man well traveled, so tell me.
Could never date non-gamers too much about you that they wouldn't get. Interesting.
Beat me wench once a week. Rough.
I'll need 2 TVs. That's cool. That's fine. We can create a setup with 2 TVs. That's fine. We'll both have headphones on. Bluetooth will be great. No problem. You met your husband playing Ark? Cool.
Right, give me the toy. Tails to clean the shit out of the stable.
Who dared to burn the bliss be the witch, man? Freak of nature. More interesting things.
Got that arse's whipped like a nobody lad whore.
You surprised? I tried to dance with the witch.
Nice. Jane Doe, that's nice. Nice story.
Must be Honorton, village from the notice. Except it's awful quiet. Necrophages, great.
Damn, you're ugly.
Thank you, ML Berg, for sponsoring the channel. Appreciate it.
Evil's been here. Necrophages appeared after. Sword wounds. Fire still burning. This happened recently. Somebody's well off. A lesson especially for Velen. Chopped off with a sharp knife. Well, well.
This is really a
Somebody
single-player
gave me
game,
two.
Trish. I think it does have multiplayer, but it's really a single-player game.
Necrophages tore the body apart.
I played
Can't say what
Dauntless?
killed him though.
No.
Gut sliced open. Probably died defending its owner.
Understand pizza in the
First cut
Dungeon
severed the
Raid, you're
aorta.
set.
Second hit the femoral artery. He died quickly. Didn't put up a fight. Blade pierced her back between vertebrae. Severed her spinal cord. She couldn't move. Bled to death.
Show me what you got.
I've just been doing a lot of hours since Nick got yeeted. Yeah, he has.
Died without a fight. Butchered. Cuts. Gray. Shallow. But each hit an artery. Imperial mustache, plump cheeks, important man. Cause of death, stab wound. Blade between the ribs, straight to the heart. Holding something. Silver chain, snapped, ripped it off someone.
Shit. Stop.
A doll, and a child's footprints. In one window, out the other. Smart.
Doom gave you nightmares? I guess it did a job then, some level.
Gotcha.
Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you.
Thank you for the 10 gift
Calm
memberships,
down. I
Nina.
just want to talk to you.
Leave me be! Killer! Murderer!
I got it wrong.
You've cat eyes, same as him!
Same as.
Same as him! Bad man
Thank you,
who killed
T-Ray, for your
everyone.
$10. When I feel better, catch up on other YouTubers.
Did he have
Right now,
two
I'm enjoying the
swords
calm, no
on his
drama.
back?
Not telling you nothing! Go away!
This doll yours, maybe?
It is?
He got a name?
Master Freckleface,
Pretty.
give him to me. Please.
Doubt Master Freckleface would be much help on the path, so... Here. Now, think you could tell me what happened here? I need to know.
Or woods. They was haunted. Some spook. Uncle Silvermere said we best fetch a witcher. So one came. Looked lots like you, but there were evil in his eyes. He bought the spook's head, except Uncle Silvermere wasn't happy about something. He yelled and they cursed. And then he went to the barn and
There's Valo news. What's going on in Valo? Did they postpone the trial? Tell me.
And what?
not sure. I heard him screaming.
They postponed it?
And the others. Then that
Did they sever the trials?
Witcher, he ran out of the barn, blood all over him, and anybody who, well, all of them.
They postponed them both?
One by one, with his sword like this. Me mum and my brother too. He let me go. I don't know why.
Give me the news, baby. What's going on?
Went that way, towards the circle where we leave gifts for the gods. I hid in the barn. Found this line in the A.
School of the Cat. Thanks. You've been a big help. What'll you do? Got any family around here?
Me auntie lives in Orton.
I'll take you to her. But first I gotta see to this bad man. Stay put and keep quiet. Understood? Sit tight, kid. If you run off towards the circle, that'd be the place to start. The stone circle. Need to look around. Footprints. Barely visible. Must be him.
Sam Elliott kicks ass. Sam Elliott kicks ass.
Blood. Still fresh.
Roadhouse, Sam Elliott?
It's close.
Roadhouse is not that good a movie. It's got a couple interesting scenes, but the overall movie kind of sucks. That's what I think.
A fellow witcher. Well,
You lost something.
come all that way to give me my medallion? Thanks. Craft Solidarity's alive and well.
But our craft's reputation is on its last legs. Folk won't easily forget that massacre.
Occupational hazard. Could have happened to any one of us. Well, what are you still doing here?
I want to chat first, then we'll see.
Take a seat.
I'll stand. Now talk. Honorton, what happened?
Come on. You know what happened. Know what they wanted to pay me for the lesson? Go on, guess.
$50.
Ha ha, if only. 12. Understand, pal? 12 fucking crowns. Barely covers my potion ingredients.
What did you agree to?
That several times over. But when it came time to pay up, you know the routine. Oh, good sir, me young'uns are starving. There's a war on. Gods have mercy. Show some pity.
Rings a bell, but that's no reason to kill.
I'm not finished. told them I wouldn't show pity. And if I didn't see gold, they'd wish they had the Leshen back. They got these grim looks. Then the alderman spoke. Calm now, Master Witcher. Me and the lads, we hid some gold in the barn, so's the Baron's men wouldn't take it. Come, you'll get your coin right quick. I fell for it. Like
So they've both been delayed?
One of them chattered on while another jabbed me in the back with a pitchfork.
Alright, so I actually have to now look it up because I need to figure out what's going on. Give me a second. While you guys are while I'm trying to figure out what's going on, I figure there's only one thing I can do. You know what's happening now, right?
It's good for you. 3 more is all we do. Jump, sing, halt and sing. Go, you chicken fat, go. March in place. March. Left, 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 left a good pound and a quarter. Was it right? Right, that it should be left. Oh, I left, 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 left a good pound and a quarter. It was right, right, left, and halt. 1, 2. Palms up, arms to the side. Raise. Next, we're gonna do backward circles. Ready? Ready. Circle round, round, round. Back and around, back and around. Back and around, back and around. And back and around. And reverse and around. Front and around. Front and around. Front and around. Front and around. And halt. Arms to the side. Place. On your back. Drop. And now, raise your legs in the air. Raise. It's the bicycle ride. And pump, 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 and halt.
Alright, so it's been suspended. It's been suspended and continued until further notice. So it's just been delayed indefinitely, basically, at this point. Because apparently Larival is incompetent again. So, yeah, okay. Alright, so that's not happening in January. So good news, everyone. Good news. That solves that dilemma. So we will be covering the Murdaugh trial in January because now there's no conflict. So good news. And October 23rd, I believe, is when the Crumbleys are going on trial. So we're covering that. Or unless that was continued. Did that get continued? I think it did get continued now that I say that out loud. That might have gotten continued till January too. Never mind. So the Murdaugh trial, I guess, will be the winner. All right, back to the game.
How the hell did you survive that? Pitchfork wounds are bad. Know that all too well.
I turned at the last instant. Prongs went in shallow, at an angle. Missed my lungs. I admit, I lost my temper.
You slaughtered
Lost
our
it
village
bad.
because they're playing that cheer song.
I'm used to shit bounties, to the cheating, to then begging me for help, and then spitting as I pass. But murder me? Just to save a few crowns? I'm supposed to protect horses like that? So I drew steel, and didn't sheath it till the ground was slick with blood.
The girl. Why'd you spare her?
Cause... it doesn't matter.
Wouldn't have asked if it didn't talk.
Reminded me of my sister. How I remember her from... just before they took me away.
How's
to
Laurie
school the
Delbell's
cat.
case on hold? Well, apparently because she's incompetent again.
Died about 10 years ago. Of old
And
age.
and Chad wanted a delay. So
Well, we've had our little heart-to-heart. Witcher to Witcher. What now?
what do you guys think? Should I spare him because they tried to murder him? Or should I kill him? what do you guys think? I'm interested in this one. So this is an interesting one in terms of the morality of the issue. So like, death, spare. So they promised him one amount. When they came back to collect, they gave him basically nothing. He's like, if you don't pay me, I'll make you guys regret it. So they bring him into the bar in order to kill him. And then he just murders everyone in sight. Spare him, he's been injured and screwed over. One chance, spare him. Spare him. You just need a Snickers? Spare? Alright, I'll spare him. This consensus seems to be to spare.
Ultimately, it's not my job to judge you.
That's it? Not gonna lecture me? Make me promise to mend my ways?
They call me the Butcher of Blaviken for good reason. I know how it is. Sometimes heads just roll.
Wait. I'm no cheap prick like those hayseeds. I owe you something. Here, directions to my stash. Take what you want.
Thanks.
No, thank you. Good luck on the path, Wolf.
Fortress mental health protection system. First of all, that sounds ominous, but I'll give it a shot. Fortress mental health protection system sounds like a cult, Brenda. I'm not gonna lie. Is it a cult? Am I going to be offered the one true path? Am I going to have to pledge allegiance to the father?
Should get back to the kid before something else sniffs her out.
On a cult? Okay. I'm getting the key. I'm getting the kid. I'm getting the kid.
You're back! I thought you'd not return. That he'd hurt you too.
I'm fine. And you don't need to worry about him anymore.
So you'll take me to my office?
Sure thing. Let's go.
Think I could ride on your shoulders?
So long as you promise not to pull my hair.
I promise.
Then hop on up.
Auntie Lucy!
Millie, what are you doing here, you naughty girl?
Cause back in the village, there's no...
I'll explain. You run along and play a bit, all right? There was a massacre in Honorton. No survivors. Well, except her.
Gods, what happened? A bandit attack?
You could say that. You'll look after her?
Truth be told, you'd do better to take her with you.
Funny. Used to be folk were afraid we'd take their kids.
Used to be folk weren't so in need. Got 4 of me own grandkids. Used to be 6, but we buried 2 last winter. Hard to live off naught but bark soup.
Take this. Use it for food, and only food. If I come back and see you drinking.
So much. The gods reward ye, Master Witcher, 1,000 blessings.
Time I was on my way.
No. But why?
Witcher's lot in life. Always on the road, on the path.
Will you come back and see me sometime?
Hope so. Take care, kid.
Millie, come, child. We'll buy a bit of flour. Your aunt'll whip up some pancakes. Sound good to ye?
Wow. That was a little bit depressing. Life is cruel and hard. It makes you thankful to live in the modern era. You know, because this is like, this game is set, I think, 12th century. And yeah, life is cruel and hard. Inspiring watching you put in the work and build your channel, Kurt. Good work. Thank you. We had a nice recording session today. We recorded like 4 or 5 or 6 stories actually. So when I'm done playing, I'll edit the videos and put them up, and that'll be good. Brenda, you can get your skills back for a mere 99 cents. All you have to do is click the join button, or click the link the bot tells you about, or click the link in the description, and you become an uncivilian for 99 cents a month. I literally can't charge any less. And you get your name on the screen when I remember. Thanks, Maxwell House. I am feeling better, actually. I'm feeling a bit better. I was feeling kind of really... It was interesting watching my own emotions, like, in real time. Because, like, I woke up feeling pretty good this morning, and then I was doing, like, 2 hours with Legal Bites. And for no reason, I just started feeling really depressed, and I was like... That's why I went off camera. When I went to the bathroom and came back, I was off camera, because of, like... I couldn't, like... I didn't want to, like, look at the world, but I didn't want to just end abruptly. I thought about just leaving, but... kind of drew it halfway by just going off camera. I was feeling down for a couple hours. And then, you know, again, for absolutely no particular reason, at one moment, I just suddenly started feeling kind of good again. I was like, you know what? I want to take advantage of this and stream and do some recording, because usually that makes me feel good. And I'm like, if I'm already feeling good, I want to steer into that by doing something I enjoy. So I started streaming and recording stories, and we got some work done. So that was nice. That's my day. Thank you, Nina, for 10 gift memberships. Appreciate it. Hey Rainbow, do you play any games that are multiplayer or anything? If you're still here, do you play any games that are multiplayer? Maybe we could play something sometime. Ark? I've heard things about Ark. I've never played Ark. What kind of game is Ark? You need to get your Wii fixed for that? Get your Wii fixed. Maybe we can play something together sometime. It can be a little crazy how mood shifts sometimes. It's like... Yeah, suspended, I heard.
It isn't easy, not at all.
Greetings.
What do ye want?
I guess that delays my quest to 250,000 subscribers though, so it's kind of a bummer for my channel.
So the notice about
I was really hoping to do that
right?
because I was really looking forward to it. I also bet it was going to be a video broadcast. Maybe they'll change their mind about the videoing thing.
You's a witcher, is you not? Straight off, a picture in me granny's book. Monstrum, or...
But I was really looking forward to that for a channel boost.
We be afeard of her. But Jenny of the Woods, what's she to you?
What you guys super chatted me, by the way, total tonight? 66 bucks? Alright. I want to do shots for $100 today, so if you guys donate to me another 34 bucks, I'll do a shot of some cider whiskey.
I'm on it. Know if anyone's seen Jenny of the Woods? Could tell me more about her.
Old Willem must have, but he won't tell you. Other folk.
And nothing happened?
Agneta, if it weren't for our fair helpers ruling the wilds, we'd have starved long past.
Didn't matter where the grub's from, long as the bowl's full. Well, my fault we ended 6 feet under the bridges.
Wraith that haunts the village. Heard you can...
Oh, I saw her. Saw Jenny of the Woods with mine own eyes, like I sees you now, Witcher.
What did she look like? In
Crazy
detail,
cases all the
please
time.
try.
Laurie got a lot of traffic.
Clearly, it were growing dimpsy, and this pale shape loomed afore me, mist-like. I comes closer, and the cloud thickened, and something like a visage came out of the mist.
What did you do?
I did collect the stash, yes.
What do you think, me love? That I'd wait to see the
Yeah, if their
rising
cases
sun
get
glory?
severed, that increases the probability that it might be
Tell what I
videotaped, because a different judge might make a different
I see.
decision.
So she appeared to you just
Texas
after
Carrie
twilight?
gives $19.99. Well, thank you very much for the heart emoji. That's very nice of you.
Take
Thank
care
you.
now.
Florida versus Summers blew up out of nowhere. That's the Florida professorial case. Yeah, that's a good one to follow. Does PayPal count towards the drink? Probably should, so that's another $10, so that's 96. Boozy bucks, yeah. Alright. Alright, cheers, my friends. To you.
A piece of fabric, possibly from a dress, got snagged on the undergrowth. Stride indicates she was running. Probably why she tore her
Baby, you
dress.
can't add?
Somebody chase her.
Yes, I can. It's over $100. What are you talking about? And there was $10 in PayPal that I saw, so that would have been 90. What do you mean I can't add? I can add 10.
Couldn't outrun her pursuer. He stabbed her or slit her throat. Strange. Left the knife behind. Dried blood on it. Could come in handy. Dragged the body through here. Clear trail.
But I just got $19.99. It's 106. Just Laura gave me $19.99. That put me over the top. It's at 106 now. I'm looking right at it. Plus 10, so it's at 116.
lugged the body all the way to the woods, buried it here. Shallow grave. Murderer must have been pressed for time. Something's sticking out. A letter? The scorned lover killed the woman, seems to me.
Explain cider whiskey.
Alderman probably knew the
It
girl.
is a black label whiskey blended with natural apple cider flavors and caramel color. It's a seasonal blend. And it's very nice, actually. This is made by Red CD Interactive, I think is the name of the company. And this is Witcher 3. Project Red, something like that. Project Red CD, something like that. Oh, who's it made by? The whiskey? Kings Creek.
Oh, you're that white one.
Greetings.
What do ye want?
Zula and Buckeye.
Good God, he knows. 'Tis witchery.
I found the girl's grave and a letter. It's clear she rejected Buckeye because she loved another.
Zula and Ontan, aye. We thought they'd fled north to seek happiness there. Buckeye departed round the same time. So that's to mean our Zula's the wraith. Can't be. Such a good lass. And so pretty.
Any idea where they used to meet?
Well, can't say for sure. But the young'uns, they go to the clearing, mostly west of the village, past the fields. Zula. Good gods. Easy, not at all.
No way I can hope to lift this curse. Gotta drive the wraith away. Stand a chance if I can bind it to one spot for a while.
I have more YouTube subscribers than Nick now. I suppose that's one way to look at it. Yay. There are two ways, as they say, there are two ways to build the tallest building. Build the tallest building or burn all the other ones down. Well, we've gone for option 2 apparently.
If it weren't for our fair helpers ruling the wilds...
Greetings.
What do ye want?
Jenny of the Woods is gone. Got rid of her.
She'll not be back.
No. I know how to dispatch night wraiths for good.
Aye, of course.
Your reward, as agreed. Many thanks to ye, Master Witcher.
Farewell.
You can specialize in the Witcher style. You can like do like sign heavy build and stuff. There's definitely different styles that are possible. This is my first playthrough and I'm really liking it actually.
Come on, gods! Ain't no one willing to
Remember the times?
There's
On
a
your
prize
way,
awaiting
pierced the
if you
thicket.
win.
And hear the
What was that
chatter.
about?
See as many folk as you get at the market.
A witcher? A nice.
Understand you have a contract for me.
Oi, it's my brother Mickle. Been a week now since he took the women of Bellows into the hills.
This is Witcher 3.
Bellows?
This is Witcher
Bellows
3,
were a
Trish.
rich village till the war passed through. Huts were burned down, larders cleared out, all the menfolk conscripted. Women were left to fend for themselves without food nor shelter. No one wanted them. Redanians wouldn't let them into Novigrad, so Mickle took them to the old mines. Get them out of the rain at least. And I've not had word from him since.
Yeah, I recommend it, Trish. It's a good game.
All right,
Buy it with the
I'll look for your
DLC.
brother. How will I recognize him?
Shouldn't be hard. He was the only lad in a group of women.
Spend the extra $10, get it with the
Corpses
DLC, I
aren't always
think.
in a condition where I
Get
can
the Game of the Year
determine
edition.
sex.
Corpses? Take it back. They got lost is all. But if worst comes to worst, well, he had calfskin ankle boots, work of Master Clogs. Told him not to wear him into the hills, he'd only ruin him. But he was so proud of him.
Think I know enough. Thanks.
Alright, let's see if I can do this without getting completely killed.
Smithy here, village champion.
Did it taste good? No, it's not too bad. Put some apple pucker and a Goldschlager together might be a better experience though. But it's not too bad at all. Yeah, I might make my own stuff. Get some apple pucker, get some Goldschlager, put that in a bottle together, drink that for shots. That'd be good. Maybe a little apple juice or something.
blood looks fresh, but where are the bodies?
Add some butter shot, apple pie. That sounds good. Yeah, like that. So yeah, butter shot, apple pucker, Goldschlager. That sounds good. Apple pie. Yeah, that sounds nice. American honey. Alright, I like the direction we're heading.
Something just woke up.
Beefish whiskey. Thank you for the orange hearts, I appreciate it. I bought 10k fish last month and put them in the apiary in the backyard. No honey out and they're starting to smell weird. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, talk to the California courts about that one, my friend.
Another victim.
Whiskey your own brand of honey whiskey. It's so good it's uncivil. It's actually not the worst idea I've ever heard in my life. There's some potential there somewhere.
Help me! Ah!
What happened here?
It attacked us. God, I don't know what it were. At least 4 spans.
Are you sure we just call it Fishbee?
Tell me.
Fishbee whiskey?
The others are...
They're dead.
Avenge them, Witcher. Kill the beast. Please. I've nothing to pay you with. But Mikkel, the one who brought us here, his brother's got coin, he'll reward you. Look for him at the inn at the crossroads.
Fish be or be fish? That's a good question. To be fish or not to be fish? That is the question. So good it's uncivil. There's some potential here somewhere. Still like Kurt's be fish. Be fish. Be fish. I could have people visit my distillery. I could become world famous. Texas. We could have the bees ourselves. We could have our own apiary. We can make the honey. It'd be cool. We could have a pond full of nothing but bumblebee fish, of course. Anyone got any ideas here on this thing? 'Cause I'm struggling a little bit, it seems. I'm lost. This is contract missing brother. Explore the mine using your Witcher senses. I'm under level for the quest. I noticed. I noticed. We're gonna give it a try anyway. I don't need no leveling system. The only map is the overworld map, which is completely unhelpful. This way? Is this a different way? Yeah, I think this is different. No, it's not. There's the farmer's wife again, so it's not different. Aha! Okay, well, I'm back outside again. So, step.
The gods watch over thee, Witcher.
No, I can't change the objective on the right. I can just change the quest. Can't change the objective within the quest. Examine that blood at the top. What blood? By the ladder. Just examine this corpse already, that's why it's yellow. And that's just... can't examine it. red flashing thing is the monster, but it's behind the wall. I can't get to it. Top of the ledge. Now I'm back in the room where I found the wife. I'm back in the room where I found the woman. Now I'm back outside again. Middle mouse button activates the torch or not. Oh. I didn't know you could do that. Thank you for telling me. Not sure how that helps me, but... There should be a gold icon on the minimap. There is a gold icon on the minimap. There was for a second. It disappeared, but... Yeah, okay. And it disappears. What do you mean nearby? Above. Nearby. What the hell are you talking about? Guys, if I have to go look this up myself in a game fact, I'm putting on the video. I'm just saying. I'm going back to the beginning too. Just have to watch it over again. Underwater tunnel? That makes sense. Oh, so you have to dive? Oh. That makes sense. Okay. Huh. Did I win? Those enemies.
Young specimen. Mother can't be far.
Yes! Progress! Game save failed. What do you mean game save failed? This fight is hard.
A shoe bearing Master Clog's mark. All that's left of the body.
All right, let's do this thing. Damn. Mama's not happy. Shit. Hide. No problem. It's fine. It's not a problem. I can do it. Everything's fine. Everything's under control. Okay. This is not a problem. Not a problem. Everything. Shoot with the crossbow is not the worst idea I've ever heard in my life, although that would take forever, but it would work. We could be here. We could be here a little while, guys. We could be here a little while. Okay, it's bleeding. That's good. It's bleeding very slowly. Alright, how long do you think it'll take it to die bleeding to death 43 hit points at a time?
like that silver.
Okay, that was better. It was better. We made progress. We almost got like a sixth of its life, down or something. Suggested level is 33. Yeah, it's a suggestion, MR. It's a suggestion, and I suggest that we were try to do this now. Is Kurt 5? No, I'm not 5. I'm like 23rd, 23 level, 23rd or something like that. It's like, only off by about like 10 levels or something. It's fine. I'm level 22, so I'm down by 11 levels, so no problem. Oh, 100% chance to cause bleeding. No, I'm definitely taking 100% chance to cause bleeding. For absolutely sure.
Damn, you're ugly.
I have bombs. Do I have the Queen's shield? I don't know that I have shields of any variety. I might have sold all the shields. bleeding to death very slowly. That was Igni. That was fire. Shit. Run away, 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 run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. Ah! Damn it! We're going back, baby. We're going back.
trophy for Mikkel's brother. Proof of what happened.
Thank you, everyone. A long, hard-fought battle, but we did it. We did it. We kicked its ass. We took its head, or whatever. We won. Victory. Unquestioned victory. By Uncivil Law. I fight for your case like I fight spiders. With tenacity. And fire. Where's the entrance to the down below part? So I can go collect my bot. There's a cap spot. There is a cap spot, yes. There's been a cap spot for a long time. It's right in the rules. Don't use all caps, man. I mean, the Streamlabs does tell you the rules every 5 minutes. I said, yeah. There you go. In caps. There you go. See? That works.
Show me what you got.
Alright, anyone know how to find this guy so I can collect my damn reward? Now this is the quest. Figure out how to get to the guy so I can turn in my reward. What is this? Probably in a cave underground. That's logical. Question is, how do I find the entrance to it? Meditation just advances the clock, just advances time. You think it's this one here to the east, or this? You think it's this one in the northwest, really? All the way up here? Okay. There you go, Crime Ion. There you go. Good times. Your hamster died? I'm sorry to hear that.
Damn, you're ugly.
He was an ass. He was an asshole. Your hamster was an asshole. Okay, well, congratulations then, I guess. I'm happy for you. Oh, well, if you say your rabbit died, that's an entirely different thing. Your rabbit died? Oh, congratulations. I guess that reference is too old for everyone here in chat. It's too old for me, to be honest. But to say your rabbit died is a very old euphemism for being pregnant. That's why I said congratulations. Yep, see, there you go. They having your nose. See, you know, you're picking it up. You're a bad girl? I don't think you're a bad girl at all, Rambo. There's something I don't know about you. Anyone have any idea how to get to the brother to collect my reward? Anyone have any thoughts on that? So maybe it's this cavern over here. Go left. Then right. Try the V thing? Well, there's only one reward. He's outside the mine. You look. Where's my horse? In at Crossroads? Looks like you're right. Thank you.
What about them nuns who took the wenches from Bellows?
Greetings.
Yeah, this is the guy.
I have bad news. An Eric has killed your brother. If it's any comfort, I avenged him.
Comfort? Of course it's no comfort. And I told Mickle, why are you so eager to help strangers? Sit your arse down, or there'll be misfortune.
Misfortune, that's how we learn.
Well, what are you still standing there? Can't get your fill of others' misfortune?
Not really, no. It's the basis of my entire channel.
I prefer porridge and gravy like everybody else. Pay me and I'll go buy some.
I'd have paid you if you brought Mickle back alive.
Risked my life. Think I deserve something for that.
Here. Now piss off.
Geralt, thanks for everything.
180 points, that's all I get out of that quest. Ever played League of Legends? I have played League of Legends. I don't really get it. I don't understand what people see in it, to be honest. It just seems like such a passive game. This game kicks ass. I really like this game a lot. This might be my... This is right up there for my favorite game of all time. This is, like, the only other game that comes to mind that I liked arguably better was Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which is also badass. Husband asked if I just backseat a game through YouTube. I said yes, that's how he killed the spider. Well, bet. You guys were definitely instrumental in the help. Thank you. All of you. This is badass. I agree with you completely, Laura. Black Pearl. This game should sponsor Kurt. This game's a little old to sponsor Kurt. You know who contacted me recently to see if they wanted to sponsor my channel was, what is it? It's the people that want to sell you Lord or Lady, chanted titles or established titles or whatever it's called, where you buy a piece of land. They approached me. It's like, do you want to sponsor? But they did the same thing that they all do when they contact you. It says, give me your rates. And I write back to them and said, give me a proposal. And said, well, to move forward, let us know what your rates are. I said, for us to move forward, we need to know what your rates are. I said, for me to move forward, I need a proposal. So that was the end of that discussion. It's like, you're approaching me. You know? Why don't you tell me what the proposal is? It's like, but you want me to make the first move. It's like, that's not...
We
like,
serve
you know?
her who is virgin, mother, and crone.
So it does not look like we will be sponsored by established titles.
A witcher?
What is it? Let's talk about my reward first.
Have mercy on an old man. Drop your price a few crowns. Have mercy on an old man. Drop your price a few crowns.
FromSoft? What's FromSoft? I'm trying to think any games they have that I've played.
It's a lot. I need to borrow from kin, but you have it. Won't spare no coin.
Dark Souls? Never played Dark Souls.
Where should I look for your son?
East of here. It's the ruins of the fortress.
Ark?
He went there with some rogues from...
What is Ark? What? How would you describe Ark?
Cavern. They filled his head with nonsense.
What kind of game is Ark?
I said, Sonny, Pharaoh folk are lawyers to a man. You shouldn't fraternize with them.
Is it a shooter?
Better.
Is it? What is it?
I recognize him. All I know is he doesn't listen to his
Epic?
father.
Could you be a little bit more descriptive than Epic?
His name's Olve, a cheerful lad, a bit of a lisp. Nothing special about his looks, except last I saw him he was wearing a yellow tunic.
Survival?
None other like it in the village. Got it from me a year back, on his birthday.
World building.
I'll look around. No promises, though.
So is it like a post-apocalyptic thing? Is it like Fallout 76, or like there's a bunch of people and trying to survive and build things and stuff like that? Kinda. There's a video game called Rust. Is it similar to that? Yes? Yes, with bigger animals? Rust is death? Rust plus dinosaurs? Sounds promising. Can I have a dinosaur as a pet? Can my pet dinosaur eat people? Can I make my pet dinosaur eat people and torture them and make them beg for their lives before my dinosaur bites their head off? You can ride them? Cool. Can I get two dinosaurs to fight each other in like a cockfight kind of situation and bet on the winners? Sweet. I'm gonna start a cockfighting ring, except with dinosaurs. That's what I'm gonna do in the game. I'm gonna have a cockfighting ring with dinosaurs. Welcome to Uncivil Arc. Welcome to Uncivil Arc, where we fight dinosaurs for our profit and pleasure. I'm your host, Uncivil Law. For today's dinosaur cockfighting, we've got the Tyrannosaurus Rex versus a Megalodon. Should be a fight for the ages. Let's get started with this. The Megalodon is in the red corner. And the red trunks weigh 465 pounds. The T-Rex is in the blue corner, fighting with the blue trunks. I don't know what's going on right now. Learn from the misfortune of dinosaurs. How much is Ark going to set me back to try? Oh, I have the expansions. Oh, but you mean until I get there in gameplay? Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be cool. It was free last weekend. Well, how much is it now? Arc may be free? Kick ass. Alright, I'll give it a shot. We can play some Arc together.
Hey there, Master Witcher. Good you're here. So, what'll it be? What?
Let's go. But get ready for them to creak some more. Not likely to find pearls where it's dry.
True. But I survived worse during the war. At Rosrock, we fought waist deep in the swamp and... wasted my breath. History don't
It's cool what you're doing, playing, we're
Come
playing.
Grounds
There's a Discord, there is a Discord, yes. It's in the link in the description of every video. $20 on Steam. Alright, I'll put it on my wish list. Next time it's free, I'll pick it up.
Quite the spring in your step for a man your age.
Have you seen me in my prime? 30 miles a day I did in full dress.
Then should I create my own server? The Uncivil Law Arc server?
They say dive down here and you'll see the oyster beds all around. Problem is, not all hold pearls. And the black ones are a real rarity. But search long enough and you're sure to find one.
Ah, so I'm supposed to do the diving.
Well, you see, I've been in the infantry all my life, so I'm not one for water. And my lungs ain't what they used to be, so, yeah.
Honestly, the first time I looked at the description of one of your videos, that's one of the reasons I stopped writing descriptions, because I don't think anyone ever reads them. It's got like all kinds of crap in there, but I don't like write a custom description because I don't think anyone ever reads them. So I just stopped bothering writing them most of the time. Come on, no time to drown. Let's go.
Damn it. Splashing must have attracted them. You all right?
Nicked in a few places.
Black pearl.
Beautiful. Rare. Like my letter.
Coin will be fine.
Oh, yes. About...
Wise.
Wasn't it? Even the high road. We'll meet in Novigrad. I'll pay...
If he doesn't pay me, I'm spending the rest of my time hunting him down and putting a stake through his heart. How about that? A little murder between friends? What's a little friendly murder? Hey guys, can I ask your guys' opinion on something just completely inconsequential? For the Lawyers and Dragons thing, I was really happy to do the one-shot, but I really want to do more of it. And I brought it up with Rick today. It's like, I'd like to be a series regular. And he didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about that prospect. And I don't know what the reason is. If I had to guess, it's because, you know, they have the dynamic with the 4 players and they're concerned about, like, bringing in a 5th player, like, on the regular for time reasons and stuff like that. So I assume it's pragmatic considerations. But, you know, he's like, well, you know, maybe we'll bring back in your guest character. I'm like, you know, I don't know that I want that. You know, it's like, I don't know that I want to come in as like a one-shot. I want to be like a regular character. So I'm kind of thinking like, and I haven't decided anything, obviously, but I'm kind of thinking if he says to me, you know, oh, Blackleaf's on this week, I'm kind of just thinking, be like, nah, and just saying I'm not coming back, because, you know, so I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I was just kind of thinking about it. Like, I understand, I get it. I understand his problem, like, I understand the time constraints and everything, and I understand having more people is a problem, but, like, that's not my problem, right? So... Your husband does D&D? Yeah, I'd like to do that sometime, that'd be fun. Did I come back with something funny? I try to be. People seem to like the character. I had fun playing it. No, I don't take it personally. It's just like, I don't take it personally. It's just like, I'm not interested in just being like a bit player. You know? It's not how I'm interested in playing the game. So I don't take it personally. If there's not room, there's not room, and Rick will still be my friend. It's like, not like we're gonna come to like blows over it or something. It's just like, you know, I'm just not sure that this relationship, this relationship in this particular area is working for me. So, I don't know, just something I was thinking about. And I might just do the one shot anyway, you know, I haven't made any decisions, it's just something I was thinking about. I could play as a Witcher, that'd be fun, like, roll up a Witcher character. That could be fun. Where's the Golden Sturgeon? I'm already there? Is this the Golden Sturgeon? Where's the Golden Sturgeon? Was it Novigrad? Oh, no wonder. It's in a completely different part of town. Okay, fine.
Tolerance and superstition have always been the thinking makes the thought see what you have.
Happy birthday. Mama Pink Nice. Happy birthday. Buy me my birthday. But I know you want to blow the candles out. Know you want it in the worst way. Can't wait to blow those candles out. You know you want that. Cake, 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 cake. I'm gonna hide it. I'm ride it. I make you light it. I make you my bitch. Cake, 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 cake.
See ya. Ah!
Yeah.
Geralt, Witcher and Pearl Hunter. There you are, your coin. Earned every last bit. I'd never have done it without you.
Was it worth it?
I think so. No.
Kirk could make money on Twitch.
Likes it.
You think?
What, did she say something about what you did?
Letter? Nah, she don't say much of anything anymore. Hasn't for a while. See, letter's sick. Something's not right in her head. Started with a memory she'd forget things, then she stopped recognizing folk, even me. And now she don't even speak. Thought if she saw the pearl, something'd wake inside her. You know, we talked a lot about that stupid promise. It was our joke, just ours for years, but no. It didn't
Was
work.
depressing.
Sorry.
As am I. Farewell, Geralt. Gods guide you the path.
Well, that sucks.
A wench on the throne. I'll never scare you.
Aww. That's sad. Damn it. Don't make me cry, game. That's not fair. Man. Yeah, he paid me. That's sad. His wife is suffering from some sort of cognitive problem, like Alzheimer's. And he bought the pearl because he used to always talk about it. And, you know, now his wife can't even recognize him or the pearl. That sucks. I'm sad.
Strength's gone.
Did I level up from that? Oh, let's see where I am on my leveling. Yeah, I did. I'm at level 23. Dude, need bee fish merch. Yeah, as soon as I can figure out how to design some. I'm not a good artist. I just didn't know what to design when it would come to such things. I don't know what to do, you know? So it's like,
fuck, don't rightly know.
Yes?
Count Kurt Dysart.
Are you here regarding the contract?
Wanted to hire a witcher, didn't you?
I did, but not just any vagabond. One hears all manner of stories about the lunatics of the School of the Cat. Which do you belong to?
School of the Wolf.
Ah, yes. A good one. I knew a witcher of this school. Barnabas? No. Though his name did begin with a B. Never mind. To the matter at hand. Not long past, I acquired an estate east of Novigrad. I got it on the cheap, you see. The seller was very keen to be rid of it. Now I've learned the building is said to be haunted.
Goes to explain the seller's urgency.
I do not believe in ghosts. It is that simple.
Maybe I'll hire some people on Fiverr to design me some beef fish merch.
Walls crumble, while even the floors move about. Is there anything to be done? A remedy for this?
Fine. I'm willing to investigate. How do I get there?
An orchard adjoins the property. The house itself you should recognize easily. Cracks cover its walls. Here's the key. And good luck.
You lump proletariat.
Did you hear? Dandelion's being found.
Bye, Henninger. Thanks for coming by for a while.
Damnation. Such lovely natural land.
Oh, God. The Reaper's come for me. We were seen.
And how? Knock some lasses from the man already taken right.
A wench on the throat.
Oh! Well, well. Pauper with a library. Imagine that.
Trusted a woman once, long ago. I was willing to give me right hand.
Show us what you're bringing in.
Come on, Roach. That's it, Roach.
Faster. this is the haunted house. Whole building shaking. Inhabitants Inspector would have taken her already. Scattered salt. Probably to drive ghosts away. Pointless superstition. Been here in a while. Looks like a journal. Not the root of any ordinary plant. Must be magic. And elemental. Pretty powerful too.
Thank you, Stephen, for being a member of the channel.
To open the passage somehow.
Appreciate all the people who support the channel financially. Help this become my profession. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. Now what? Having 100k subs and still taking the bar. Whoa. Anyone have any ideas? What are we covering here? Daryl Brooks? No. There's nothing interesting about it. It's just a shit show, pain in the ass, and there's nothing interesting about it. So probably very unlikely. Was that bookcase a door? Is there a bookcase? Oh, there's a door here. The Crumbly case is interesting because the parents' liability, I think, is questionable. And so I think that's legally and factually interesting. So I'll cover the Crumbly case. I think that's starting... I forget when it's starting, actually. I don't know if you are good at this. I don't know, but you are good at this, and if I don't know if you see that. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. I'm trying my best. Try to learn. Try to find ways to make it better. Try to find ways to improve. Thanks, Laura. It's like why I got the lights, you know, it's a simple thing, but it helps to improve, and that's why I changed the thumbnail style to try to make it more interesting, and I started doing these smaller recordings, shorter stories, more pop stories, so they're more topical and easier to follow, which people seem to like. It's also a little bit easier for me in some ways, which is nice. Thank you for your vocal and financial support, Nick. Be well and pleasant journeys. Thank you. Anyone have any ideas?
Not the root of any ordinary plant. Must be magic.
Go left. Then go... No, that's not helpful, Steven. Go down. Is it underwater again? No. Cavern off to the side? Oh, maybe this is it. It's underwater again? Oh, there's a switch. Victory.
Something clicked.
Yes, it did. Something clicked indeed, Witcher. Friend in need's a friend indeed. Friend who teases better. Day is calling. Skin falling.
Managed to break its magic bonds. A few days more and it would have wreaked havoc all around.
Day is calling. Skin falling. Pure morning. Pure morning.
Ceiling would have caved in if not for this support.
Need to change the pen. Do I kick its ass? Yeah, that's fair. I'll just remove it completely. There you go.
Now, you piece of hell.
Tomorrow is Friday. Sleep being married, head to bed, and the better half is playing video games.
A few days more and I would have wreaked havoc all around.
Am I the better half in this scenario?
Ceiling would have caved in if not for this support.
I'm a full-time streamer now. I'm not practicing law right now. When I pass the Texas bar, I might do something, but I might work part-time for Thai Beard or something like that. Any news? No news. They have not deigned to provide an update. The bar still says sometime in mid-October was the last I heard. And they're not deigned to give me anything more specific than that, so your guess is as good as mine. I don't think they're gonna tell me anything until they announce the results one day. They're not gonna. That's what I'm kind of thinking. It's like, just put out the results one morning and be like, here they are. They said now for us. They said November. Oh Lord. I can't think of any reason Texas would have its scores ready before New Jersey. Maybe they'll slip into November. Who knows? Sending pass, Juju. Thank you. It was a tough exam. CIA is hiring. You think I should become legal counsel for the CIA? probably want me to come back to Langley. Go work for the Onion. That sounds more promising. Apply? I might try to apply for like the Attorney General's office. That might be interesting. Let's Texas. That could be interesting.
I trusted a woman once, long ago. I was willing to keep my right hand for her.
Looks good on a resume. You think it looks good, in particular the CIA?
Stop scaring us, decent folk.
It's very nice, Laura. Thank you.
Washed your hair lately?
What's it?
Be gone with you. Yes?
Carry security clearance?
You must make more as a mama than you do wishing, eh?
Back again, Rivian tramp. Yes?
House shouldn't give you any more trouble. A little renovation and it should be fit for you to move into.
Truly? Why, the estate's price just spiked sharply. What precisely was the problem?
Earth elemental trapped in the cellar. It was just trying to get out. Almost demolished the house in the effort.
Far more interesting than a ghost, that's certain. The cellar you mentioned, is it an estate to be furnished?
Hard to say.
Oh, we shall see. Ah, your bounty. There you are. And farewell. Cute.
Got a big dump room.
I'll miss a woman's touch.
Dare you?
Ever considered applying, being a law professor? I really wouldn't know how to go about it. I wouldn't know how to go applying. And I'm not even sure what credentials I would use, to be honest. I think I should just write a letter to the dean of like UT Austin. Be like, by the way, Dean, my name's Uncivil Law and I run a successful YouTube channel about law where we learn through the misfortunes of others, and if you're looking for an associate professor, I'm available. Could try that.
Is this necessary? On the road all day,
Elven blood, eh?
Notoriety? At the moment, I'm kind of happy doing this. The stream is the channel's going okay. It tends to bring in enough to like prevent me from starving. And besides, I'm teaching you guys. I should charge you guys. Charge you guys $3,000. Yeah. Teach a course on YouTube. What makes you happy? I'm gonna continue looking for a girl. I'll go on speed dates and see if I can find someone. I applied to be a college professor teaching horseback riding. That's interesting. eHarmony worked for you, but it's a lot of work. Yeah, I've not had any success online dating at all. It's just a frustrating nightmare. Has been my experience. It's really hard to meet people as an adult. And yeah, it seems that way. Maybe I'll just be lonely forever. Forever alone. When taxpayers have standing, that issue was decided long ago, my friend. No such thing as taxpayer standing. That issue was decided long ago.
You'd think them a pair of old lovers. Synergy reigns between them.
Not sufficiently particularized if you want a better legal answer. It's an injury that applies to everybody, so it doesn't apply to anybody.
Well, another freak.
I have you. Great. Taxpayer standing with regard to allocation? No.
Greetings.
Greetings. Have you come to race, or are you merely a spectator?
Haven't decided yet.
Speak to the race master if you decide to compete. He's over there, on the platform. You seem quite the rider, though not as good as Luke. A shame, really. I'd like to see someone...
There is an exception for taxpayer standing. There is one. Do you know what it is, MR? There is one. Do you know what it is? I'll be impressed if you do. You're gonna look it up? That's cheating. Establishment of religious claims. Establishment of religion claims is the exception. Establishment of religion claims. If the government is funding a church, taxpayer standing is viable.
Wondering if I could take part in the races.
If you've coin for the rider's fee and a steed of your own, why not? Decide quickly, please. There's a race about to begin.
I want a race.
Grand. Your name and the name of your steed.
Geralt of Rivia, on Roach.
Excellent. Your opponent, let me see. Seamus Holt astride Athos.
Huge difference between being alone and being lonely. Okay, in that case, I'm lonely, if that helps you. One chica, please. Does that interplay with ancillary funding? I'm not sure about that specific one. Did the game crash? I think the game crashed. I think our time together is over. Well, it was fun while it lasted, I suppose. It does that? For this long? It's been wheel spinning for a little bit now. How long do you think we have to wait for the spinning wheel? Do you guys like this new game, the spinning wheel game? Two minutes? Shouldn't take anything like that much time. All right. Well, I'm going to sign off for now. This has been fun. I'll talk to you guys later. Don't forget to do all the YouTubey things. Bye.